Yeah, he was saying that we should stop our conversation and start.
Okay.
So
we can chat some other time.
We will, sir, have occasion to do so. Keshav bhai, are we live?
Yes, we are live.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third and final day of the symposium titled The Past as Present, History and the Politics of Representation in Indian Cinema. We've had 2 amazing days of conversation and presentations, and it's been a festival of ideas and has given us a lot of food for thought and reflection. So, hoping to continue on that trend, this is the 4th panel of this symposium, which is titled Conflict and Contestation. It is chaired by Akhia Anzi, who's a beloved colleague at Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. He's a practicing artist and also heads the Bachelor of Fine Arts program. So over to Akhia, and
thank you very much, Sagar. Hi, everyone. Good to see all of you. I think while preparing for this panel, I realized that we are going to have an interesting discussion. The title which was given to the panel is Conflict and Contestation. And there are several questions that the speakers today are going to address. Representation of war from a mainstream or marginalized perspective, the relation between nationalist politics and neoliberal politics, economics, representation of spaces and architecture in film. So I think it's a very wide way of addressing the question of conflict and war in cinema and web serial. We have 3 fascinating speakers today. I will introduce all of them one by one when their turn will come. I will just mention the names now. We have Professor Anirudh Deshpande from Delhi University. We have Dr. Akshay Kumar from IIT Indore and Dr. Firoz Hassan from IIT Kanpur. We will start with Professor Dipanshe. I will read out his bio as we usually do. And we will move on from one presentation to another, and later I will respond to those presentations, hopefully in a meaningful way, and then we will open it for Q&A. We have until 12 o'clock, and we hope to do everything on time. So Professor Deshpande teaches at the Department of History in Delhi University. He's the author of quite a few books. I'm not sure I'm going to read all of them. There are many. The British Raj and its Indian Armed Forces, 1857 to 1939, by Oxford University Press. British Military Policy in India, similar years, not the same. Colonial Constraints and Decline in Power. Class Power and Consciousness in India's Cinema and Television. The First Line on Defense, Glorious, 50 Years of Border Security Force. Hope and Despair. These are some of the titles of Professor Deshpande. I will just read the last title, The Rise and Fall of Brown Water Navy, Sharkhel, Kanhoji, Angre, and Maratha Sea Power. I probably mispronounced some of the words. On the Arabian Sea in the 17th and 18th century, which was published in 2021. He's also published many articles. I guess you can already realize from the titles that he's the best person perhaps to speak about history, cinema in the context of war and representation of war. The title of his presentation today was changed, so I'm announcing it now. Making a critical war film possible, which I think is interesting. Critique and War. The subtitle is Said, Pontecorvo and the Battle of Algiers, 1966. I think that's the title of the movie. Professor Deshpande will be better equipped to explain all of this. Thank you very much, Professor Deshpande. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Well, it's difficult to get your name as well.
Achia.
Achia. Okay, thank you very much, Achia, for this, wonderful introduction to my modest work on history and cinema. What I propose to do today for my friends is to first make a few prefatory remarks on the possibility of having critical war films, the possibility of making these war films, and the possibilities within these films. After that, I have 3 clips lined up for the audience. There are 2 trailers, one of the Battle of Algiers, which was produced in 1966 by Gillo Pontecorvo, the Italian realist filmmaker, not much heard of these days. And then again, another clip from his very underrated film, but one of the best films by featuring Marlon Brando. It's called Burn, which was set in the 19th century, produced in 1969. After which there will be a clip on Edward Said's views on Pontecorvo. And then there is a little interview of Pontecorvo in which he talks about filmmaking and the Battle of Algiers and so on. So let me begin with my prefatory remark, after which we'll move on to more exciting matters. So the critical war film, let's have a little resume of this. Why should there be critical war films, and what does the critical war film set out to do? So if you see the dialectics of printing, photography, and cinematography together, these produced the cinema of entertainment and instruction in the early 20th century. And very rapidly, this medium embraced all subjects of modern life, like print had affected human imagination during early modernity. Since the First World War, cinema became integral to the ideological condition of modern living in general. And in the internet age, film dominates social and personal life. By film, I mean every form of film. Now, billions of people acquire knowledge via screens, and much learning happens these days in the quote-unquote online mode. And the corona pandemic has reinforced this trend. These days, the knowledge available in printed books and PDFs is supplemented with information gleaned from cinema. And film has become a tool to propagate truths and untruths both. Film is both source and product of history. The history of this use of visual narratives, in fact, goes back to the 19th century, when print capitalism, which had developed swiftly since the times of the Renaissance in Europe, became embedded in the bourgeois nation-state project. Following this, the imaginations produced by the Industrial Revolution and the rise of the middle classes were visualized in cinema in the 20th century. Since wars and their memories are integral to nationalism, cinema has retained a special place in its discourse since the early 20th century. In this cinema, beginning with D.W. Griffith's artistically acclaimed, though overtly racist defense of Southern racism, and particularly the Ku Klux Klan in The Birth of a Nation, 1915, set in the time of the American Civil War, armed conflict has played a politically pivotal role. There's practically, in the 20th century, especially since the Second World War, there is, you practically don't have a year in which one or two war films are not produced. So in a war-torn world where war is a condition, it's a condition of modernity, in a war-torn world where military expenditure has increased the inequality within and between nations, we must ask a simple question. Is an alternative to nationalist war cinema possible? And this is a question which is very pertinent to India, which produces the largest number of films in the world, but none of its so-called war films actually feature in the list of great, well-known war films produced across the world. So is an alternative to nationalist war cinema possible? When you ask this question, the answer is obviously not in the countries where dissent is criminalized and the armed forces venerated as holy institutions. In fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, realist cinema per se was impossible. Realist cinema, especially realist critical war cinema, cannot be produced under all dictatorships and hyper-nationalist authoritarian regimes. But even in democratic countries where the freedom of artistic expression manages to exist, this question has elicited uncomfortable answers. No state is comfortable with cinematic realism, and all states want to hide the truth. Perhaps we may remember what Francois Truffaut, the French filmmaker, once asserted, that, quote unquote, there is no such thing as an anti-war film, unquote. In this Orwellian context, we must remember this particular statement of Francois Truffaut. According to Truffaut, even critical war movies invariably glorify armed combat. Similarly, there is another view. This kind of view also prevails in relation to the Holocaust movies. Holocaust movies have played a special role in the genre of war films. Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel believes that no representation can ever come close to the real Auschwitz experience. Cinema only ends up trivializing it. So we are forced to ask, what is the point of watching and rewatching Schindler's List or a movie like The Photographer of Mauthausen or a film like The Boy in Striped Pajamas? Does the 9 hours long classic Shoah 1985 by Claude Lanzmann, the French filmmaker, on the Holocaust, made over 11 years, classify as a film which glorifies war? At least I don't think so. Films critical of war have sometimes been accused of becoming, quote unquote, poetic attempts to use the medium as a form of protest, weaponized against themselves, unquote. In some, we are told war films are futile and self-destructive in their objective. Therefore, should they not be made? This reading of critical war films can be applied to all cinema which focuses on violence in any form: rape, genocide, serial killers, bloodthirsty dictators, etc. And the argument which the establishment or the pro-establishment journalists and academics sometimes make is very simple, that if you show more of these things, it's likely that people will do more of such things. So on the other hand, Edward Said, anti-colonial historian and critic, believed in the deconstructive potential of cinema. In his view, critically acclaimed films like The Battle of Algiers 1966 and Burn 1969 by the Italian radical realist director and veteran anti-fascist Gillo Pontecorvo, a former communist who continued to call himself a man of the left. In Edward Said's views, his films are both lyrical and redemptive. As realist masterpieces, they inspired the exemplary work of directors like Costa Gavras, and remain essential to broaden our understanding of the modern anti-colonial struggles. Edward Said saw the Battle of Algiers 6 times, and Stanley Kubrick, maker of the nihilistic Vietnam War film Full Metal Jacket 1987, never tired of praising it. The Battle of Algiers has also been called Fanonist in orientation, which nonetheless does justice to a critical portrayal of the difficult situation faced by both sides in the Algerian War of Independence, which raged in the 1950s and early 60s. The dehumanization of the oppressor and the futility of war become parts of the same story. The importance of showing both or more sides involved in war has been highlighted by the known researcher and expert of war films, Dennis Rothemel. According to him, a good anti-war film must have the following ingredients. It must show a sophisticated picture of war, eschewing official propaganda. It must present war's, quote unquote, heinousness as a norm of behavior. Finally, it should show both sides of the conflict. Whether a war film manages to show both or more sides in a conflict, it must succeed in highlighting the wasteful futility of war, like the well-known film and well-made film Stalingrad 1993 by Josef Wilsmeyer, the German filmmaker. One of the greatest war films ever made, this shows the largest battle in history from the perspective of the common German soldier. Fyodor Bondarchuk's 3D masterpiece, Stalingrad 2013, presents a Russian perspective, in the same manner in which Wilsmeyer presented the Battle of Stalingrad in his famous, award-winning, much acclaimed film of 1993. And both films must be watched to comprehend the horror of this battle. So whether a film shows both sides, whether it shows more than two sides involved in a conflict, whether it shows the subalternity of the experience of the common soldiers and the subalterns who participate or are forced to participate in such conflicts, whether it shows the disenchantment faced by nationalists who actually realize what violent nationalism and war are all about. War films, I think, must be watched. And there's a very long list of war films which goes back all the way to D.W. Griffith's The Birth of a Nation. And I feel, I do not agree with Truffaut when he says that all war films end up glorifying war. I feel that critical war films are possible, and critical war films should be made. And critical war films are necessary to sensitize the audiences to the horrors and futility of war. Of course, the fact that these war films cannot be made in certain circumstances, such as the ones which prevail in India at the moment, or which have prevailed in India since the Indian independence. India doesn't really have, the Indian film industry, especially Bollywood, doesn't really have a single proper critical war film to its credit, but that is a different matter altogether. Now, I think we can, Sagar, we should proceed to it'll become very long, we should proceed to the clips now. We will begin with the Battle of Algiers, followed by Burn.
Nous sommes arrivés à la moyenne de 4,2 attentats par jour. Oui, il faut distinguer les attaques individuelles et les attentats à la bombe. Nous disons qu'il y a une minorité qui s'impose par la terreur et la violence. Nous devons agir sur cette minorité dans le but de l'isoler et de la détruire.
يصعب للشعب باش يبدا ثورة، ويصعب له بزاف باش يوصلها، ويصعب له أكثر وأكثر باش ينتصر.
La France doit-elle rester en Algérie? Si vous répondez encore oui, vous devez en accepter toutes les conséquences nécessaires.
Yes, sir. Should I put on the second?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Maître,
Now the third, sir.
Yes. We'll hear said.
In the 1960s, two films by Gillo Pontecorvo, The Battle of Algiers and Burn, were perhaps the first time a European director had dealt explicitly with anti-colonial struggles against European powers. Confronting head-on this sensitive issue of politically engendered violence, his film work is more pertinent today than ever before. And yet, despite being heralded as the foremost political filmmaker of his generation, Pontecorvo has all but vanished from the stage of European cinema. Pontecorvo's masterly political film style is uncompromising and yet lyrical and even redemptive. It influenced a whole generation of filmmakers, people like Oliver Stone, Costa Gavras, and Bertolucci. And the two films, Burn and The Battle of Algiers, stand unmatched and unexcelled since they were made in the 60s. Both films together constitute a political and aesthetic standard never again equaled. And what is most extraordinary about this is that Pontecorvo himself, very disappointingly, has done very little after. In other words, there's been a 20-year silence.
Quanto mette?
Why has it been so difficult for Pontecorvo to produce new films? Is he the product of an older generation whose political and creative values are out of step with the present? Or have his earlier successes simply become too great a burden for him?
Anche prima io facevo molti pochi film, passavano 6 anni tra uno e l'altro, questo è un difetto caratteriale nella testa. Non riesco a decidermi, anche quando mi sembra bella una storia, comincio a scriverla o a lavorarci insieme allo sceneggiatore e dopo un momento mi viene la tragica domanda: ma perché si deve fare questo film? E da quel momento uno non lo fa più, evidentemente. E questo è un difetto caratteriale, come l'impotenza nel rapporto è simile a quello che devono provare gli impotenti con le donne.
The Italy of Pontecorvo's youth was dominated by Mussolini. As a middle-class Jew, Pontecorvo was expected to pursue an academic career. However, anti-Semitic laws were to restrict the opportunities open to young people with his background.
La prima parte della mia vita era di assoluta ignoranza politica, come era in un paese fascista, dove sui muri era scritto: qui non si parla di politica né si fa, non mi ricordo più cos'era, ma insomma, non si parla di politica. Non si sapeva niente, si era tenuti in assoluta ignoranza di quali erano le forme di vita associate negli altri paesi. Per me la grande rivelazione è venuta quando sono arrivato in Francia, dove sono andato per giocare dei tornei di tennis, e ho cominciato a conoscere l'estrema variegazione della vita democratica.
Pontecorvo became something of a playboy, traveling throughout Europe in the 1930s to compete in tennis tournaments. But in Paris, he found the cultural and political atmosphere liberating. It was there that he met Picasso, Stravinsky, and Jean-Paul Sartre, among others.
Lì rapidamente, da tabula rasa, da non sapere niente, tutti gli amici che abbiamo incontrato lì, e ce n'erano tanti, molti che avevano fatto la guerra di Spagna come volontari, eccetera. Avevano in pochi mesi cambiato la mia mentalità e la mentalità di molti giovani che eravamo lì, e si era tentati di fare qualcosa contro il fascismo. Ancora non lo facevamo, ma si era disposti a farlo. A un certo momento le organizzazioni antifasciste di lì hanno chiesto di rientrare in Italia e di lavorare clandestinamente, e è quello che abbiamo fatto.
Still a young man, he went on to lead much of the opposition to fascism in Milan and northern Italy. He became head of the Communist Youth Organization and continued the struggle throughout the Second World War. He was only 24 years old. An imaginative and ingenious leader, his wartime experiences have clearly informed his film work.
Una volta abbiamo preso uno di questi camioncini che vendono le scope, le lame da barba, che hanno un altoparlante e un giradischi. Abbiamo inciso un disco con all'inizio della musica e subito dopo una specie di comizio delle parole d'ordine contro i fascisti, contro i tedeschi, per preparare l'insurrezione, chiamando la popolazione a prepararsi, eccetera. Abbiamo lasciato proprio in pieno centro, vicinissimo al comando generale tedesco, questo camioncino che ha cominciato all'inizio a suonare la musica che noi avevamo inciso, dando a noi il tempo di squagliarci, di allontanarci. E poi è cominciato il comizio con una sorpresa generale della gente che ha fatto molto casino.
Della Casbah, révoltez-vous contre les mots d'ordre du FLN. La France, ayez confiance en la France.
شعبان شعبان
C'est bien amusé.
يا الخوة اسمع مليح. جبهة التحرير ادخلكم ما تخافوش. ما تخافوش يا الخوة، لا قريب نجحت. النظام معكم يا الخوة.
تحيا الجزائر!
Il lavoro clandestino è uguale a Algeri, come a Parigi, come a Torino, come a Milano. Cioè c'è bisogno di clandestinità, di un certo tipo di organizzazione segreta che permetta all'organizzazione clandestina di sopravvivere di fronte allo strapotere dell'avversario e della polizia. E quindi è naturale che molte cose imparate a Milano, Torino o Genova o in montagna le abbiamo messe nella sceneggiatura e nel film di Algeri.
With the defeat of fascism in Europe, Italy celebrated the downfall of Mussolini's regime. The young war hero Pontecorvo chose to pursue a career as a photojournalist. On assignment in Paris, he was to see one of the classics of Italian neorealist cinema.
Paesà mi ha entusiasmato talmente per questa sua capacità di avvicinare il reale, di rendere tutto vero, di essere straordinariamente scarno, preciso, che ho detto io bisogna che cambi mestiere, che faccia il cinema. Mi sono comprato una Payar, cioè una 16 mm, e ho cominciato a fare dei documentarietti per conto mio.
He learned much from working with other directors. In Aldo Vergano's The Sun Also Rises, he was assistant director and also took the role of a partisan in the Italian resistance.
Peccato, lei ha un po' d'ora di carrello.
Quando tornavo in treno, un borghese me la voleva comprare. 500 lire.
Io invece mi sono venduto tutto, pure le scarpe.
Peccato però che non ci sono le cartucce.
Di quel calibro lì se ne trovano, basta darsi da fare.
Bravo, chi ce l'ha se ne tiene.
Pontecorvo became detached from domestic politics after the war. Although he remained very much a man of the European left, the Soviet invasion of Hungary in 1956 forced him to quit the Italian Communist Party.
Restando però un uomo di sinistra, cioè un uomo che cerca, non sa come, soprattutto che non capisco nulla di politica in realtà, che cerca la maniera di cambiare le cose veramente brutte che ci sono nel nostro modo di vivere.
In 1959, Pontecorvo directed his first feature film. Capo was one of the first films to depict the experiences of the concentration camps. He showed great flair in the handling of crowd scenes, which seemed to owe much to Eisenstein, as well as to Rossellini. Capo starred Susan Strasberg as a young Jewish girl. When her parents are killed by the Germans, she becomes a collaborator who enlists as a prison warder. Capo had none of the impact of Pontecorvo's next two films. But through Capo, Pontecorvo consolidated his working relationship with the scriptwriter Franco Solinas.
Franco era un altro, come mio fratello, assolutamente dedito alla grande utopia. Credeva e sarebbe stato pronto a fare qualsiasi cosa per il comunismo, per il socialismo, per il progresso della società.
Franco Solinas, Pontecorvo's co-writer and close friend for over 30 years, died suddenly in 1982. Is this loss the reason for Pontecorvo's silence for the last decade?
Io non faccio il film, è una frase che ho detto 50 volte in vita mia, anche prima della morte di Solinas. Poi tra l'altro noi avevamo smesso di lavorare insieme parecchio prima che lui morisse. Non è quello. Io mi trovavo con Franco perché avevamo gli stessi gusti, le stesse idee, perché era veramente uno sceneggiatore eccezionale.
Monsieur Ben-Minet, ne trouvez-vous pas plutôt lâche d'utiliser les sacs et les couffins de vos femmes pour transporter vos bombes, ces bombes qui font tant de victimes innocentes?
Et vous, ne vous semble-t-il pas bien plus lâche de larguer sur des villages sans défense vos bombes au napalm qui tuent 1000 fois plus d'innocents? Évidemment, avec des avions, ça aurait été beaucoup plus commode pour nous. Donnez-nous vos bombardiers, monsieur, et on vous donnera le couffin.
Mr. Ben-Hedi, in your opinion, does the FLN still have some chance of defeating the French army?
Selon moi, le FLN a beaucoup plus de chances de battre l'armée française que celle-ci n'en a d'arrêter le cours de l'histoire.
Io penso, e soprattutto Franco Solinas pensava, che lo sforzo maggiore che uno deve fare è per entrare nella logica degli uni e degli altri, degli antagonisti e dei protagonisti. Quindi se si parla dei parà, perché dobbiamo fare dei parà dei mostri o come degli SS, quando mi pare che sia più larga la condanna al colonialismo, che è l'obiettivo che ci interessava, dicendo che viene da ben altre zone l'errore e l'impostazione dura del colonialismo.
For this film, which was influenced by the ideas of Fanon and Gramsci, Pontecorvo used an extraordinary black and white documentary grainy style, and he used a cast of Algerian non-professionals. One of them, Yassif Sadi, was the leader of the FLN in the Algiers Kasbah. And he told the story not only of a group of individuals whom one could recognize and identify with, but he also told the story of what he called a choral personage, an emerging popular identity, a people coming out of colonial servitude after 130 years.
Io ho sempre amato le situazioni in cui la lotta dell'uomo per migliorare la propria condizione è decisiva, e questa qui contro il colonialismo mi pare che sia una situazione di questo tipo. In generale a me piace di fare il cinema perché c'ho un certo affetto per l'uomo, per la sua condizione.
C'est celui-là. Vas-y, arrête-le.
Quel film nasceva, ricordiamoci che era nel 1965, cioè era una novità pericolosa da affrontare, quella di non avere degli attori protagonisti, quella di non avere un protagonista singolo o una protagonista singola, bensì una collettività, un coro. Quindi partivamo con tanti problemi e ci sembrava che a me sembrava che l'unica maniera per prendere il pubblico con questa diversità dal film che normalmente si vede fosse una specie di dittatura della verità, cioè dare la sensazione al pubblico di star vedendo un documento, una newsreel, come dite voi, e non un film, pur essendo il film fiction, perché è tutto costruito come un film fiction. Quindi la fotografia che rassomigliasse a un documento, cioè a quelli che allora erano i cinegiornali, con la fotografia granulosa, eccetera, era per me decisivo.
In collaboration with Ennio Morricone, Pontecorvo created an innovative score that heightened the sense of tragedy while also addressing both Western and Algerian audiences.
E questo che si ripeteva, naturalmente da lì nasceva, da questa cosa nasceva e si apriva un fatto musicale, ma era in linea questa idea di questo piccolo tema, era in linea con le ragioni primitive del popolo algerino. In un certo senso era sicuramente una cosa occidentale, ma con un principio etnico della musica locale.
Although Morricone has written literally hundreds of film scores, his old friend Pontecorvo insists on working closely on the soundtracks of his own films.
Per me la musica è decisiva. Secondo me il contrappunto immagine sonora e immagine visiva su cui si basa il film, in questo contrappunto non sempre l'immagine visiva è più importante. Ci sono delle volte in cui è più importante l'immagine sonora, e chiamo proprio immagine sonora per dare l'idea di come siano vicini in questo matrimonio le due componenti.
Despite French government objections, the Battle of Algiers won the Golden Lion at the 1966 Venice Film Festival. Nevertheless, it remained banned in France for over 4 years. His second film was called Burn, very different. It appeared in 1969, it was done in Technicolor, and it starred Marlon Brando. This film was set in the Caribbean in the 19th century, And it told a much more problematic story, the story of the manipulation of native peoples by imperial powers.
Non solo l'Inghilterra, José. Ero diventato così pericoloso. Sì. Pericoloso anche per la tua stessa gente, perché i madre. Vedi, la storia non è fatta di miracoli. Ha tempi e scadenze precise, ha una sua logica. E se uno cerca di forzarla, viene travolto, respinto. E si trova di nuovo al punto di partenza. Perché cerchi di convincermi, se ho già deciso da solo? Va a convincere O Bianco. Dì a tuo amico.
Non sono amici miei.
Va bene. Allora Dio Bianco deve fare attenzioni, molta attenzione, perché se loro sanno vendere zucca, siamo noi chi tagliamo a canna.
The success of the Battle of Algiers had established Pontecorvo as a major player in Italian cinema. It had also marked him out as perhaps the most outspoken and politically committed filmmaker in Europe. With the production of Burn, however, he was to find life more
Yes, sir, I have stopped sharing the screen. Professor Deshpande?
Maybe some connectivity issue from his side.
Yeah, I think.
Yes, sir.
I think there is some connectivity issue.
Maybe we can continue and then come back, right? But that was the structure of the presentation anyhow, right? Presentation and some screening, and then we are moving to the next, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, thank you so much, Professor Deshpande, for introducing me to films and artists that I was not aware of, and we can come back to this in when we are going to initiate the discussion. What I would like to underline already is the question, the general question about presentation of war in cinema, and to this quotation that you, of course, object to and criticize, and I think that's important. We will all agree that it is important to create critical war movies, but the idea of the impossibility of creating a movie about a war which won't glorify war at the same time. So I think for me, it doesn't mean that we are that we should not criticize war through the medium of cinema, but it is an interesting perspective to look at a war cinema and to engage with this question. So we will come back to it. As I said before, I have several ideas and thoughts about this, which I will share later on. Professor Deshpande is here again. Yes, or I got a message in the chat that Professor Deshpande is back.
Yeah, he had some internet connectivity issue.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we are having some problems with the connectivity. There is some.
Now we can see you. We can see
Yeah,
you
yeah.
and hear you.
Yeah, it's restored. It's restored. There was a problem with the connection here or in Sonipat or someplace, the internet connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're visible now. I can see you.
Great. So, Professor Deshpande,
you have to be a man of the left to be able to produce such films.
So, Professor Deshpande, do you want to conclude before moving on to the next presentation?
No, I think the conclusions are quite clear from the clips and from the little documentary on on Pontecorvo, which was shown.
Yeah.
The idea was to conclude with that. I mean, under what circumstances, under what conditions can such films be produced? Number one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And whether the filmmaker is alive to the connections between colonialism, imperialism, nationalism, capitalism, and warfare, modern war. Because without realizing these connections, it's impossible to make a film in its holistic context and perspective. Those things are extremely important. See, the film cannot be a simple abstraction of the general reality which makes that war possible in the first place. So the perspective has to be, it has to be artistic. It has to do something specifically with cinematography, the technique of filmmaking. And at the same time, the perspective has to be deeply historical. That's the point which I was trying to make. I mean, you have in Pontecorvo, for instance, you have a filmmaker who is himself a veteran of the anti-fascist, struggle in the 1940s, and he remains a member of the Communist Party of Italy till the Soviet invasion of Hungary in 1956. The 1956 is a very important left their communist parties, especially those parties which supported the Soviet invasion of Hungary. So those experiences actually gave him a particular perspective on what war is all about, and you can see that he uses newsreel to reproduce that history through fiction, which he then produces through the documentary format. He uses the grainy footage, as you see, very clearly. So there are many ways in which it can be made. You have made in a documentary style, which is made like it's a film in which time proceeds in a linear fashion from Italy to the Soviet Union, and then the progress of the battle and so on. And this platoon lands up right in the middle of the battle. So there's an entire sequence of time which the film follows. And then it's through this sequence of time that the deterioration of the Sixth Army starts taking place from November, December, January, and then finally to the surrender. So that film does not show the surrender, but it shows the deterioration of the German troops in this period. Something which really brings out the horror of war. So you have many ways of doing it. I mean, you can do it in a documentary format, and you can do it in a feature film format. But the criticality, the critical perspective of the directors must remain focused on showing war and both sides of the war, and war as a futile activity.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor Deshpande. This is fascinating. I noted for myself a few movies that I need to watch. Very, very interesting. And from the discussion about the possibility of creating a critical war cinema, about the possibility and what are the conditions of creating this kind of critical cinema, we will move now to the next presentation. We will open, of course, this presentation to discussion later on in the second part of this panel. But now we are moving to Dr. Akshay Kumar from IIT Indore, who is going to speak about martial race fantasy in CGI historicals. I will read out the bio. Of course, the bios are here very, very rich. I won't be able to read all of them, but to give you some taste of it. Dr. Akshay Kumar was trained in the School of Art and Aesthetics in JNU, and he received his PhD in Film and Television Studies from University of Glasgow in the UK. He joined IIT Indore in December 2017 as assistant professor in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, and his first monograph has been recently published by Oxford University Press, titled Provincializing Bollywood. Interesting title. And the subtitle is Bhojpuri Cinema in a Comparative Media Crucible. And I think we will move on now to Dr. Akshay Kumar. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. So today what I'm going to talk about is, of course, new work, and I must apologize in advance because, you know, I feel really underprepared because it's really been hurried, and to a large extent, I'm doing this only because Sagar insisted. But you know, it's undercooked, to be fair. And ideally, it's not just because I have not had much time to prepare this. It's also because the material that I'm looking at is probably best looked at about 2 years later, when it will take more concrete shape and when it will be easier to extract more evidence. So this could still be considered early observations. So it's in that spirit that I'm presenting here. So as the title suggests, this paper tries to make sense of an emerging pattern between the fantasy of martial traditions in historical films, whose body is fundamentally constituted by not just the live action performed, but computer-generated patterns, multiplications, and just juxtapositions. Of course, before we address the material and the arguments broadly, I think it's important to address in some way the moment in which we exist, the moment that this conference itself is trying to address in some ways, I think, which is the weaponization of cinema as a state agenda. Now, of course, all of this has precedents. So this is not to say that we are in a particularly unique moment, but this is the moment of peak Hindutva. And we would probably agree that the post-2019 climate is a substantial intensification of the post-2014 climate. So we are even within the Hindutva period, if you really want to acknowledge it as that, along with me, we are in the second phase, which is a more mature phase, if you see it from the regime's point of view. The confidence in the aggression of the political rulers is sky high. And this has turned all platforms of intellectual deliberation, including popular media, academics, social media, into a battlefield. And I think it's important also to understand that cinema is not on the top of this hierarchy. It's very clear to most of the observers, I suppose, that, you know, social media and news in particular, whether on print or on TV, perhaps more on TV because you can generate more sensation out of it, has been weaponized much before this has come to cinema. So it has to be seen in that perspective, which is partly to do with the fact that cinema is no longer the kind of unique mass medium that it used to be perhaps 2-3 decades ago. So a major scandal is running on our screens every day, and industrial cinema is also being groomed and readied for a pitched battle, perhaps with itself. But just as almost every abuse of public freedom and rights currently unfolding has a precedent in the past, most of the ingredients prevailing across cinema also have a precedent. And some of those precedents have been discussed in this very conference. So it is the aggregate consolidation that is particularly toxic and may not have a precedent. It is in this regard that the role of technology may turn out to be crucial as well. So another thing one needs to look at is something that was, I think, quite prominently discussed on the first day of this conference, the relationship between film and history, and how, I mean, there were divergent opinions about what cinema does with history, and should it stay loyal to the historical representation of the historians? But of course, it was disputed by the fact that there's no one history. So why do we expect that from cinema? But we know that there is something else going on here. It's not just that very elementary discussion on film and history. Films could and often do offer a reading of history, but as objects of popular cinema, they also participate in a cultural moment. And what we are trying to do here is actually not just give film the responsibility to do history in a loyal fashion, but to understand the cultural moment in which it is trying to do various other things, and probably try and unpack what those other things are, what the key issues at present are, to identify and flesh out the cultural moment in which the CGI historicals reside. So in a sense, Rizvi Saab on the first day was talking about the cultural moment of Mughal-e-Azam, which is obviously fundamentally different from what we have now. Jodha Akbar, a much discussed film in this conference, is also located in a different cultural moment, which is why its tenor is entirely different, a lot more delicate and understated than even Govarikar's recent historical Panipat, which we'll engage with a little bit. And central to this exercise, among other things, is the trope of loss and failure. If you look at all these films, Padmavat, Panipat, Manikarnika, Bajirao Mastani, Prithviraj, they're all about legendary losses, the amputation of the civilizational body of Hindutva politics. So there is, and it's trying to put those dismembered pieces together and sort of reclaim a victory that was denied to us by giving it a historical narration of a particular kind. So that is what I find most fascinating in the kind of historicals we are looking at present. If we, I mean, देसी ज़बान में कहें तो हार को जीत में बदलने की बाजीगरी चल रही है. So it's in that spirit that I look at some of this. And so in this, what do I mean by CGI? Computer-generated imagery, which means the application of computer graphics to create images. In this case, images with a historical truth claim. And there's something to be said about the CGI layout. The action often seems to be unfolding on maps instead of the actual territory. Traversing Hindustan, multimedia, pedagogic agenda with insights of militaristic strategy and intelligence. So very often you have the maps of Hindustan, and particularly in these, the tales of Maratha warriors. The Hindustan is always in focus. Which parts of it have been taken over, which are not yet with us, and how military strategy and intelligence should be built around it. Only the essential parts of the set, the natural landscape and built architecture are retained. The architectonics are extremely lean and neat. The CGI multiplies soldiers to populate and give volume to the body of the landscape only when necessary. In a sense, what Bodhria calls the hyper-real is quite distinctly visible in these CGI historicals. They're not trying to be realistic or exact in their portrayal. What is unfolding is quite obviously a narration of historical reality, but its surplus appeal is constituted by the same excess that we see on social media in general. It is essentially about the proud historical and political identity denied to us by the all-encompassing architectures of left liberal control. This is perhaps the exact opposite of what Professor Deshpande was talking about, particularly the cinema verite style of Pontecorvo's The Battle of Algiers or Kosagavra's Z, which engage the unruly horizontality of war and conflict without just trying to comb and discipline the images to aestheticize war as a military tactical battle to vanquish the opponent. So the video game like CGI aesthetic, excessively grand natural landscapes and ornate panoramic interiors are essentially about the toolkit of historical narration that is finally made available to us. So hyperrealism's inability to distinguish reality from a simulation of reality, the fundamental axiom in a sense, is visible here. The excess, the hyperbole, the hidden truth have all exploded into the public domain and are recasting not just historical reality, but the very expectations from historical truth, which basically means that arguing that certain parts of the cinematic constructions do not hold make no headway. They are almost always assumed to be understood without threatening the larger truths at stake. Now, having said that, from within film history, I'll try and draw out three particular trajectories of what I'm calling the CGI historical and the martial race fantasy that is on display in it. Now, the first is what we could broadly call toxic masculinity of a more recent origin. One could look at within Hindi cinema what could be called Maratha action films. So here I'm mainly talking about the Rohit Shetty franchisee, Singham franchisee, in which there is Singham and I think Singham Returns and Simba, and now a film called Suryavanshi is coming very soon. There's also the Rajput action film. You have mainly Akshay Kumar featuring in these, Baby, Rowdy Rathod, Gabbar is Back. Now, and unlike the precedent in all these films, the Rajput name, in fact, the Rajput title itself is retained in Baby and Gabbar is Back, both, I think. And Rowdy Rathod, of course, has Rathod built into its name. So there is a particular kind of stress on the caste location of the protagonist that we are looking at. But of course, it's not given the kind of declaratory platform that we'll see unfolding much later. I would try and actually put films like Arjun Reddy, which was remade into Kabir Singh, more or less in the same category, where you again have a very toxic character whose masculinity is just about to explode at any moment. Again, with Rowdy Rathod, it was remade from a Tamil film, Vikramarkudu, I think, and in both films, the name of the ACP, the character is Vikram Singh Rathod. So there is a particular brand of toxic masculinity which is hungrily searching for an event to unleash the violence, including on its own body. The caste identifier here appear to be working in the mold that was, to my understanding, initiated by Thevar Magan, the Kamal Haasan film, the Tamil film. The use of Marathi, Punjabi, or any of the non-Hindi, non-English languages is particularly phrases, as in Singham, Atta Mazi Satakli, is to indicate the roots of belonging. They do not come to the foreground in the way they do in the historicals later, but there's a gestural mapping of the martial aptitude here. Then there is the second trajectory, to a large degree, I think originates entirely from Uri, the Surgical Strike, the 2019 film, which in a sense certifies that a blend of technical sophistry and outright state propaganda can work to great effect. I don't think it was known before Uri that it could be done in such a fabulous, such an effective fashion. Though of course, it also has a substantial use of VFX, and then those key phrases like "How's the Josh," a phrase that is uttered by none other than the Prime Minister of the country, the Indian cricket team, Mumbai Police. They have all used this on various occasions, on various platforms. So a sort of myth making around a propaganda film, and then using its appeal on various public platforms. What they were able to do out of Uri is something absolutely incredible, and to my understanding, quite unprecedented. Also, the phrase of Naya Hindustan, where again, it's not just a phrase, there is an idea, and that idea is fleshed out on many different platforms in many different ways, including in news debates. This assertion that we have entered a Naya Hindustan, and what the body of that Naya Hindustan looks like, the film gives expression to that. So propaganda film had finally entered the realm of informal orality, not for some alternative pleasures that it offered, but underpinned by the key propagandist message. This is, I think, relates to what Professor Shiv Vishwanathan was talking about yesterday, the realm of orality. I think Uri needs to be looked at in the sense that it clinched a form of orality from the propaganda side. It may even be argued that the film played a significant role in the design of political campaigning for the 2019 union elections. So in this way, I think Uri broke a key barrier that may have been thought impossible earlier. And the third trajectory, I think, comes out of the CGI afterlives of Bahubali. So in a sense, the star is the most important ingredient of a lavishly mounted Hindi film. And the industrial destiny of the film is often tied to the star power he exudes across territories of distribution. Before the Bahubali franchisee, only Rajnikant from the South could break the industrial barriers. The VFX design of ornamentation, scale, and production design in Bahubali's extraordinary success with myth-making, to the extent that it became a cult film as well as part of the contemporary folklore, evident on social media references to Katappa and Bahubali and whatnot, proved that CGI could be vital in breaking the overdependence on key stars. In a way, since the stars were already instruments of scale for the power they carried over their fans, technology could assail it in other ways. Of course, star power is also fragile since it remains unpredictable, most memorably in the case of the Thugs of Hindustan, in which star power retained the foreground in spite of the substantial use of VFX. So the blend and proportions had to be perfected for it to work. And to some extent, I mean, not always, what the recipe of Bahubali also provided a modality for creating cost-effective grandeur. So you could not only not go with out-and-out A-list stars and compensate for it with VFX, but also even sometimes tacky-looking grandeur could be created out of technology, which would work not everywhere, not for a Bhansali film, but on various other platforms. Also quite prominently in web series. One example of that would be this series called Chhatrasal. So one needs to look at how grandeur, which is otherwise a matter of great capital investment, could be created out of technology here, which I think changed the balance quite significantly. So in Hindi cinema, the Bahubali recipe was put to great effect for the first time by Sanjay Leela Bhansali in Bajirao Mastani. And if one pays attention, the language to mount a CGI historical is already present in his previous film, Goliyon Ki Ras Leela, Ram Leela. So the scale, the starkly gendered visual language, the essential masculinity and the essential femininity distilled and blended with a series of spectacular mounts, all these elements then feed into the layout of first Bajirao Mastani and then even Padmavat. CGI historicals would generally feature overtly neat grid-like arrangements, enormous volumes of soldiers, endlessly open vistas and mountains in the background, often disproportionately large mountains. The bleached out hills of what should be the Aravalli Hills in Padmavat look like snow-covered mountains dwarfing the entire battlefield. The viewer is constantly engulfed by the feeling that she's cutting back and forth between the cartographic order, which focuses on the patterns and formations, and the low-angle mounts of heroic figures. This delirious play with extreme angles and excessive editorial intensification exercised over images constitutes a CGI aesthetic, which has become the key toolkit of Hindutva historicals. In the hands of more even-handed directors like Bhansali and Govarikar, the shifts are never abrupt, and a deep focus is often maintained to keep all sorts of detail within the image, because that detail has been put out there, first of all, and that requires enormous amounts of capital. In a film like Tanaji, for example, on clearly a lower budget or a clearly low budget series like Chhatrasal, there's a stark contrast between the optical output of indoor versus outdoor shots. The heavy investment in the stunt-reliant war choreography means the artificiality of much of the background is painfully obvious. But to address what the question of caste and race here, we shall have to begin elsewhere with the Hindi remake of a Tamil action comedy film. That's where we begin. But before we do that, I want to point out that I learned a lot from this presentation on the first day by Prabodhan Paul, particularly about the Maratha Brahmin solidarity, which was consolidated via the iconic figuration of Shivaji, in spite of in the 1940s that he was talking about, in spite of the Marathas having been at the forefront of the anti-Brahmin consolidation in Maharashtra. So what I learned there, and I think it's very crucial for what we are trying to engage with hereafter, is that this creates a scenario which needs disambiguation between the Maratha caste and the Maratha Empire. And within a historical framework, the moment you address the Maratha Empire, you're obviously including Peshwai, from which most of the iconic CGI historicals have been made. But at the same time, you also see a certain kind of opposition there, particularly in Bajirao Mastani. There's a very direct confrontation between Bajirao and the Brahmins. So there is a sense of the orthodoxy which is with the Brahmins, and there's a direct conflict that is very much one of the main points of the film. So it's not just a side thing. Also in Panipat, one could say that Sadashiv Rao is actually shown as the outsider to the Peshwai. Of course, he's given he's made in charge of the battle, but he's very clearly being abused by the Peshwai, and they are threatened by his masculinity, by his warrior intelligence, and so we are seeing a pattern here where the idea of the Maratha Empire is not just betrayed by the outsiders like Shuja-ud-Daula in the case of Panipat, but quite clearly from within. So all those cracks are actually made quite obvious. So the imprecision and the creativity that it allows to refer to the Maratha Empire by both including the Brahmins, but also trying to put them in the box. There's something going on there which needs more deliberation. Whereas, of course, a film like Singham, the idea of the Maratha there maps much better onto the Maratha caste. And along with Prabodhan, I think I'll also try and mount a question there, which I haven't fully been able to explicate, but it's something that needs to be thought about, which is this. Does the vital dependence of the Hindi film on the northwestern India in terms of its commerce, overlapping with the essential appeal of Hindutva politics in western, central, and northern India, mean that the Hindi historical film is taking its cues from the post-1940s Marathi cinema? From what I know, I think it is a possibility. Now, as we saw earlier, a lot of those toxic masculinity films are actually remakes of films made in Tamil and Telugu. So there is also, at least in that period, Hindi cinema taking its cues from the southern action film. And Singham is one of those key films. So the Singham franchisee started in 2011, was decorated with the action stardom of Ajay Devgan's Maratha cop protagonist. And after the first two riotously successful editions, it was reinvigorated by Ranveer Singh's Simba. Towards the end of Simba, the baton is clearly handed over to an uncredited Veer Suryavanshi, played by Akshay Kumar in the follow-up cop action film Suryavanshi, for which the trailer is out now. So a franchisee known for rabid Maratha chauvinism, therefore slides seamlessly into a Maratha Rajput solidarity. And some of you may remember from Simba, there's this statue of Shivaji in the town square. And the film, at least in the first quarter, I think, constantly revolves around that statue. And there are images, I mean, I'm unable to show you right now. There are images of juxtaposition between Simba, that is Ranveer Singh, and Shivaji, the statue. So the anti-terrorist alliance of the Maratha Rajput wall against the modern Muslim invaders in Suryavanshi were attacking Mumbai, therefore updates the battle between the Maratha cop protagonists and their powerful adversaries on the Goa-Maharashtra border. Producer-director Rohit Shetty's investment in three of the leading protagonists here, of course, Akshay Kumar, Ranveer Singh, and Ajay Devgan. What it could be termed a martial race solidarity wall, and is important because it identifies the building blocks of the protectorate named India. A protectorate, as we know, is a state that is controlled and protected by another sovereign state. While Shetty's franchisee only plays with certain gestures towards an imagined community of martial traditions, it is in CGI historicals that we come across the imagined sovereign state, captured in the irredentist assertion of Akhanda Bharat, or the perfectly useful imprecision of Hindu Rashtra. The modern
I think we have lost him. Connection is.
No. We lost connectivity with the speaker,
Yeah.
with Dr. Kumar. Let's wait for a few seconds, minutes.
I think we can wait for a few minutes.
Yeah, he will come back.
Yeah, it was going on very brilliantly. It was drawing connections that.
Yeah, that's the useful part. He made my work easier. Such diverse papers, and drawing link is not easy, and he did it. Sagar, do you want to check with him?
I will call him now. Yeah.
Cool. Maybe even to conclude without the video, that is also a possibility.
Yeah, he didn't realize that the connection was snapped, so he's re-logging in. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Akhya. I think there's a power cut here, so I didn't even realize that I was not reaching the audience. Can you tell me? So I'm now running it on a personal hotspot using my mobile. I hope it will stay stable. Can you tell me where you lost me?
We could hear you. You spoke about Maratha films. That's, I think, the last point where you left it.
No, you were making reference to Simba and the Maratha statue figure. That's where.
Okay. 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 So All right. I'll begin with the Singham franchisee discussion. So the Singham franchisee, which is a remake of a Tamil film, started in 2011 and was decorated with the action stardom of Ajay Devgan's Maratha cop protagonist. And after the first two riotously successful editions, it was reinvigorated by Ranveer Singh's Simba. Towards the end of Simba, the baton is clearly handed over to an uncredited Veer Suryavanshi, played by, sorry, just give me a moment. So towards the end of Simba, the baton is clearly handed over to an uncredited Veer Suryavanshi, played by Akshay Kumar in the follow-up cop action film Suryavanshi, for which the trailer is out now. A franchisee known for rabid Maratha chauvinism, therefore, slides seamlessly into a Maratha Rajput solidarity. The anti-terrorist alliance of the Maratha Rajput wall against the modern Muslim invaders attacking Mumbai, therefore, updates the battle between Maratha cop protagonists and their powerful adversaries on the Goa-Maharashtra border. Producer-director Rohit Shetty's investment in three of the leading protagonists of what could be termed a martial race solidarity wall is important because it identifies the building blocks of the protectorate named India. A protectorate, as we know, is a state that is controlled and protected by another sovereign state. While Shetty's franchisee only plays with certain gestures towards an imagined community of martial traditions, it is in the CGI historicals that we come across the imagined sovereign state captured in the irredentist assertion of Akhand Bharat, or the perfectly useful imprecision of Hindu Rashtra. The modern Republic of India appears to be a dependent territory that has been granted local autonomy over most internal affairs on the condition that it would recognize the suzerainty of a more powerful sovereign state without being its direct possession. The martial race fantasy is central to this evidently Northwestern Indian project derived from the various fanciful assertions of Hindutva ideology. It is to the martial races in general and the Jats, Marathas and Rajputs in particular that this greater India or Vrihatar Bharatvarsh owes its territorial security, while the Brahmins and the merchant castes would give it a stable ideological locus. In the ad hoc proclamations of the conception, the Ahoms of the East or the Vijayanagara Empire of the Deccan Plateau are occasionally summoned to indicate the all India stretch of Hindu glory. This is where the Vikram Sampats of the word come in, of course. But the contemporary argument for martial solidarity essentially rests upon the uncompromising valor of Jats, Marathas and Rajputs. Two other major preferences of the British Army, Gurkhas and Pathans, cannot find favors with the derivative martial solidarity of Hindutva historiography for obvious reasons. There may, however, be something brewing about the Dogras somewhere, at least a web series. Now, I want to now discuss and show you three small clips from this film called Panipat, which I think is the most even-handed take that I've taken note of across all the films that we are talking about, but carries certain interesting contradictory impulses. So, Keshav, can you please play those three clips in?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
सबके मन में बस यही प्रश्न था, शहंशाह हिंदुस्तान कौन बनेगा? मेरी और सबकी पसंद तो एक ही थी,
Sorry, I can't.
Raya.
Okay. Yeah, I can.
मल्लिकाए हिंदुस्तान.
काय करतेस?
कशी दिसतीये मल्लिका हिंदुस्तानचा मुकुट?
छान छान दिसतेस.
सब ठीक है ना? काय झालं? शहंशाह हिंदुस्तान.
पार्वती, मुझे ऐसे मत बुलाओ.
क्यों? तुम सिंहासन पे नहीं बैठोगे?
नहीं, ताज पहना नहीं जाता, पहनाया जाता है. मैं युद्ध के लिए बना हूं, राजनीति के लिए नहीं.
लेकिन क्या राजनीति भी युद्ध नहीं?
राजनीति में पीछे से वार करते हैं, युद्ध में नहीं.
तो अब तख्त पे कौन बैठेगा?
विश्वास, वही तो सेनापति है.
चलो, कोई पेशवा तो मुगल तख्त पे बैठे. तुम्हें पता है, सदियों में पहली बार मुगल वंश की परंपरा टूटेगी.
हम में से कोई भी इस तख्त पे नहीं बैठेगा. मतलब हम इसे मराठा शासन के अधीन रखेंगे, लेकिन अपने किसी व्यक्ति को शहंशाह नहीं बनाएंगे. हम रक्षक हैं, हमारे हाथ पे कमान रहनी चाहिए. राज तो हमें चलाना है, लेकिन गद्दी पे नहीं बैठना.
लेकिन श्रीमंत, ये तख्त हम खाली भी तो नहीं रख सकते.
बतौर शहंशाह हम शाहजहां 3 की ताजपोशी करेंगे.
श्रीमंत, तुरंत आइए. लगता है अफगान फौज यमुना पार पहुंच रही है.
तुम सती नहीं जाओगी. अपने चारों तरफ देखिए, यह है हमारी हिंदुस्तानी सेना का चेहरा. इसमें हिंदू हैं, मुसलमान हैं, अलग अलग जाति के लोग, किसान, सब अपनी देश के रक्षा के लिए एक साथ एकजुट होकर खड़े हैं. तुम अपनी इस धरती के लिए लड़ रहे हो, अपने घर परिवार के लिए लड़ रहे हो, लेकिन सबसे पहले तुम अपने इन साथियों के लिए लड़ रहे हो जो सैकड़ों मील चलकर आए हैं तुम्हारे साथ इस मुहिम पर, कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर लड़ गए. और वो किस लिए? उस आक्रमणकारी को रोकने के लिए है.
हाँ श्रीमंत.
मैदान में उतरकर अपनी पूरी ताकत से उसका सामना करो, ताकि अब्दाली को भी पता लग जाए कि अभी तक हमारे धरती पे वीर योद्धा खत्म नहीं हुए हैं.
जी श्रीमंत.
और जहां तक हमारे अंदर के भूख का सवाल है, हम उसे दुश्मन के खून से मिटाएंगे.
राया के बिना मेरे लिए इस
करे आपकी कौम अपनी सरजमीन पर राज करती रहे। खुदा हाफिज। अहमद शाह अब्दाली। सदाशिव। इतिहास में अब्दाली जीता, लेकिन भविष्य तो मराठों का ही रहा। सरदार महादजी शिंदे ने बदला लिया और अपने आने वाले 10 वर्षों के लिए मराठा सत्ता फिर से स्थापित कर दी। और नाना फडणवीस पेशवा वंश को उनका उत्तम शासन बनाए रखने के लिए उसी तरह मदद करते रहे जैसे सदाशिवराव भाऊ पेशवा करते।
युग युग की जंजीरों को हमने ही काटा रे, बोल उठा ये जग सारा जय मर्द मराठा रे। जो रक्त है तन में बहता वो हमसे है ये कहता, सम्मान के बदले जान भी दे तो नहीं है घाटा रे। युग युग की जंजीरों को हमने ही काटा रे, बोल उठा ये जग सारा जय मर्द मराठा रे।
Thank you. Yeah, so the point I was trying to make is that Marathas are the martial vanguards of Hindustan, much larger than what Delhi controls, is what is on display here. But Delhi remains a symbolic power center. This adds a sacrificial tinge to not just Sadashivrao, but entire Maratha history. The film also wants to assert an inclusive view of the polity that Marathas envisaged, very different from the hateful and antagonistic period of the 1940s that Prabodhan's reading of Marathi cinema in the period offered. It is, of course, Govarikkar's view marked by the contemporary cultural moment, but then it is also contradicted by the masculine Maratha who are supposed to have one Panipat only if one takes the self-serving long-term view, which is very deliberately projected at the end of the film. Now, I wanted to go into some history of the idea of the martial race and various nuances within it, but I think we have run out of time. So the other thing I would just like to point out briefly is the complicated relationship of Jats here. So I'll just read out a small paragraph here. Most peculiar may be the case of Jats, who Chris Bailey calls an umbrella group of peasant warriors, complicated by the fragmentation across Hinduism, Sikhism, and Islam. And also, since they occupy both sides of the India-Pakistan border, the Hindutva consolidation has always been wary of Jats in general, even though it cannot possibly deny them their martial history. The Muzaffarnagar riots of 2013 were instrumental in catapulting the current dispensation to power, since it broke the Hindu Jats away from their Sikh and Muslim counterparts towards the upper caste consolidation. This is an adjustment under threat from the Zamindari solidarity unfolding across Punjab-Haryana border in the ongoing farmers' agitation. These tensions make Kesari in particular a peculiar spin on the battle fought between the Sikh regiment of the British Army against the Afghans. While Marathas and Rajputs are routinely given an extended moment of glory, not as individuals but as vanguards of a Hindu Rashtra, Jat Sikhs of Kesari are conspicuous in their absence as an identity cluster subsumed under the saffron project. Note the name Kesari. The saffron, a color which carries unmistakable association with the ruling Hindutva regime, is asserted as a color of honor for the Sikh soldiers and the turban in particular, even as the color of their blood, to absurdly stretch the resemblance between saffron and red. Kesari, therefore, is the acronym given to the revisionist Hindutva project that tries to appropriate Jat Sikhs within its military fold, at least within the historical, fantastical layout of the martial races serving the idea of the Hindu Rashtra. So, I mean, here I just want to briefly point out how in a film like Bhuj, The Pride of India, which there's an absurd and redundant assertion that Maratha sirf do baat janta hai, marna ya marna. This is the lead character is a Karnik, who I think are CKPs, so very close to Brahmins. And why this assertion is being made is quite peculiar to me. But Kesari accords no such privilege of proud declaration to its Sikh soldiers on behalf of their community. The question of which martial community should be allowed to self-identify without troubling the revisions at work in the Hindutva score sheet makes the CGI historicals a peculiar case. It's also there in the song Aaj Singh Garjega. The Sikhs of Kesari are cleverly adjusted to the metaphor of roaring lions, but also referring to a versatile caste signifier of North India, also used by various Sikh communities as well as Rajputs. This is in spite of the fact that every lyrical reference in the song is clearly meant for the Sikhs, such as Baah vich kala ye hai Singh di nishani and Ik Singh sawa lakh utte bhari. Such clever imprecision is necessary to identify one of the famed martial races of British India without giving them the privilege to self-identify and proclaim their distinguished valor as accorded to Rajputs and Marathas. The war films of Punjabi cinema, on the other hand, generally stay away from caste identifications, even though the Jat's provincial agrarian origins, complicating his relationship to English language, and the aspiration to go to UK or Canada constitute a fair share of the Punjabi comedies. I'll just offer a conclusion quickly. Hopefully I can wrap it in 1 minute. The curious case building here is about popular cinema championing an over-enthusiastic Hindutva historiography. For this purpose, it is taking its cues from the colonial ethnographic classification, which had shifted away from the pre-1857 preference for the upper caste men of mid-Ganga basin on account of their deceitfulness. The past of CGI historicals is essentially more grand, ornate, and pure. It demands a civilizational scale that is embarrassed of its present. The spurt of historicals appears to give shape to a project the present is dwarfed by, particularly on account of, one, aesthetics as an indicator of royal splendor, general plentifulness, and virginal innocence, and two, martial glory as an indicator of clever, heroic masculinity in charge of the kingdom's collective destiny. While CGI technology helps render the aesthetics, the quest for stable references to a martial tradition needs real-world bridges. The derivations of martial race theory has helped concretize and rationalize the case for martial excellence and uncompromising courage. Just as anthropometry gave statistical justifications for what the colonial ethnography had already gravitated towards, a rejection of caste hierarchy in favor of offering material advantages like land grants to non-elite peasant communities so as to build loyalty to the crown, computer-generated sophistry clears the space, literally as well as metaphorically, to justify and pronounce the case for martial race fantasy. The fantasy provides a crucial elaboration of what could have been if there were not as many betrayals as we have suffered to be left with the bleeding body of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akshay Kumar, for a very rich and insightful presentation. If this is a work in progress, as you declared, I think the final work is going to be very substantial and important. We started with critical realism in cinema. We moved to hyperrealism, as Dr. Kumar described, the kind of clips and cinemas that we have seen. I think this juxtaposition of the two, the critical realism and hyperrealism, should be discussed and juxtaposed. We are moving now to another a very interesting and timely presentation by Dr. Firoz Hassan from IIT Kanpur. I will start with the title of the presentation and then I will read the bio. Before the break, reframing the historical of post-liberalization India in contemporary motion pictures. Dr. Hassan is going to speak about the relation between neoliberalism and nationalism. And I don't know if the presentation ends with exclamation mark, but more with a question mark of the relation between the two, the economic sphere and the nationalist agenda of certain political bodies in the context of India. But as I said, I will start with the bio. Dr. Firoz Hassan was trained in English literature from Osmania University, and the English and Foreign Languages University at Hyderabad. In 2017, Dr. Firoz Hassan earned his PhD in Screen Arts and Culture from University of Michigan. He is currently assistant professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Kanpur. His publication includes Total War, Total History, Total Cinema, André Bazin, and the Political Perils of Cinematic Realism Screen. Dr. Hassan, thank you very much. The floor is yours. I wanted to say that I really enjoy reading your paper. Please.
Thank you, Akai. I hope I got your name right. Okay, so I'll begin. I'll just read out my paper. The emergence of Indian OTT production in a large way over the past 3 to 5 years may appear to inaugurate a new phase in the closer integration of the Indian film industry in the currents of global production and circulation. And yet, this has occurred just as an era of economic liberalization itself seems to have passed into another phase, where the fundamentals of what has been popularly understood as liberalization or globalization over the past 3 decades are up for renegotiation. Remaining within the purview of film production, I would argue that certain films and web series themselves now betray an awareness that this stage of economic liberalization no longer exists in the present tense. Even if we are still living its consequences, it has transitioned from being a continuum that we are still navigating to acquiring the status of recent past or recent history. And the representation of this history is a necessary task for understanding whatever the present moment is. An early intuition of this particular shift in the historical consciousness of Hindi language production may be gleaned through the use of archival footage and references to well-known landmarks in Indian history to buttress the period structure that Gangs of Wasseypur's narrative uses. This narrative of group and family feuds is precisely identifiable towns is set over 7 decades and culminates in the present. While this goes back all the way to a time before independence, there is a significantly greater underlining of period detail from the 1970s onwards, not least through references to films and technology of that period. Okay. And the fact that the film goes back all the way to before independence is also, for me, it signifies to me that a retrospective view of liberalization as a period could also involve questioning its status as a break from what came before it. So it could, this retrospective view could sort of make it part of a larger narrative. So part of this excessive emphasis on the period detail of the last 3 decades of the narrative might simply be a generational phenomenon in a narrow sense, whereby filmmakers and spectators of the generation of the 70s and 80s confronts the decisive obsolescence of its objects of memory. But whether due to the circumstantial factor or due to the more substantial historical changes of the past decade, the experience of the hopes and anxieties of the past 3 decades now seems to acquire a retrospective rather than a prospective character in some contemporary production. It is in this context that it should be interesting that some of the most prominent films and web series in the first flush of this new phase of production, such as Bombay Begum, Scam 92, and The Big Bull, Serious Man and the White Tiger, and several others betray either an ambivalence or disillusionment with the history that has brought them into existence. At the outset, I would like to distinguish the nature of the disillusionment in some of these texts from the sort of cynical amusement at the foibles and hypocrisies of the aspirational classes in some of the films by Dibakar Banerjee. The latter is the critique of someone who claims never to have bought into the affirmative narrative of liberalization. A thumbnail of this popular affirmative narrative would take in an assertion of self-making linked to the processes of entrepreneurship and consumption. However, the economic subject of this narrative is not singular. A fine-grained account of the cinema that participates in this narrative would have to distinguish between entrepreneurs, salaried professionals, and consumers as its economic subjects, distinctions that will not be of small import. In this paper, I will limit myself to looking at Sacred Games as a paranoid narrative of the last 3 decades, while bringing in another web series, Patal Lok, very briefly to further clarify the terms of this paranoia, as well as to signal its wider resonance. A couple of days ago, we heard a talk on the Tashkent Files as a conspiracy narrative, and generally conspiracy narratives are seen as the currency of reactionary ideologies, or right-wing constituencies. But I'm sort of looking at a conspiracy narrative from within this affirmative narrative of liberalization at the present moment. The great and obvious contradiction for the affirmative narrative of liberalization has been the simultaneous expansion of the appeal of Hindutva. Enough academic scholarship has found nothing essentially contradictory in the enmeshment of Hindutva or other religious and ideological reactions, and the historically specific ways in which liberalization has been constructed. So you have Nikita Sood's study of Gujarat's history, economic and political history, and how a group of a capitalist class that emerged after independence had to wait a long time to actually access political power. And you also have, I think, Akshay Kumar's, I may be getting the name wrong, but the study on the Gita Press in UP and how that was patronized by the business classes to construct a certain discourse of Hinduism that would then go on to feed into the political project of Hindutva. Okay. But this enmeshment has remained a puzzle for the affirmative narrative. Sacred Games is clearly an attempt to account for this enmeshment. The series has a 2-track narrative. One follows the search for a possible conspiracy to destroy Mumbai in the coming 25 days. The second charts the rise of Ganesh Gaitonde from his rural childhood as the son of a priest, whom he considers effete, through his rise to the status of one of the 2 major gang lords of Mumbai, and then finally to his career as an expat don who serves the interests of the Indian intelligence. And through this last phase, he also comes into contact with a spiritual leader who is looking to hasten the end of Kali Yuga and the advent of Satyug through the use of nuclear weapons. For the argument I'm about to make, we would have to take the gang lord as standing in a metonymic, not metaphoric, relationship to the big business entrepreneur as the subject of liberalization. This may seem either obvious or counterintuitive depending on whether we look at it through the lens of the history of film genre or through the lens of the period of Indian history and of the Bombay film industry that the narrative covers. Through the lens of the history of the film industry and of Indian enterprise in general, it may appear as if the corporatization of the film industry has come at the expense of illegitimate capital funneled in by the mafia. So the gang lord would appear to be the antithesis of the legitimate entrepreneur. But that would be to disregard how much of an ambiguous figure the big business entrepreneur has remained in the imagination of Hindi cinema, even of the recent past. At the very least, this imagination affirms a symbiotic link between big business and crime, however this link is assessed ideologically. The direction of ambivalence in Guru for the figure of Gurukant Desai is from suspicion to affirmation, even if Mani Ratnam's film does not find it necessary to deny the essentially vacant core of the production of capital in the form of the empty cartons that Desai exports to boost his company's valuation. In the case of Harshad Mehta, the direction of ambivalence is from affirmation to suspicion that does not cross over from at most a sense of lamentation mixed with sympathy into disillusionment with the idea of enterprise itself. And the film The Big Bull is even more celebratory of the Harshad Mehta figure. The sort of fascinated ambivalence in relation to the gang lord figure is therefore coextensive with the ambivalence in relation to the big business entrepreneur. Through the lens of the history of film genres, the reading of the gangster film as an allegory of American enterprise is almost as old as the genre itself. I will quote here from the American cultural critic, Robert Warshaw's 1948 essay on the gangster in cinema. I quote, "The gangster's activity is actually a form of rational enterprise, involving fairly definite goals and various techniques for achieving them. But this rationality is usually no more than a vague background. We know perhaps that the gangster sells liquor or that he operates a numbers racket. Often we are not given that much information. So his activity becomes a kind of pure criminality. He hurts people. Certainly our response to the gangster film is most universally a response to sadism. But on another level, the quality of irrational brutality and the quality of rational enterprise become one. Since we do not see the rational and routine aspects of the gangster's behavior, the practice of brutality becomes the totality of his career. At the same time, we are always conscious that the whole meaning of this career is a drive for success. A success defined in its most general terms, not as accomplishment or specific gain, but simply as the unlimited possibility of aggression. In the same way, film presentations of businessmen tend to make it appear that they achieve their success by talking on the phone and holding conferences, and that success is talking on the phone and holding conferences. End of quote. And since Warshaw's essay, the importance of telephone conversations and conferences has only increased in the gangster film. Okay. And while the Indian gangster figure needed an alibi until even the early 1990s, as motivated by being a patriarchal figure, a patron of the community, and so on and so forth, the relationship with enterprise is affirmed in the films of Rangpal Verma that come a little later, especially Company and D. Okay. Since success in both organized crime and in rational enterprise is ultimately the successful reproduction of capital, capital itself is the real subject of both. Therefore, a narrative for particular individuals to cast themselves as the subjects of capital itself, they need to replicate capital's blank drive to limitless expansion, which, according to Warshaw, is represented in the blank activities of ever-intensifying violence or meetings with progressively higher but equally unspecific stakes. But since the personification of capital through actual persons is an illusion, success is inevitably attended by specific human and social concerns in themselves irrelevant to the drive of capital. It is in the context of this impossibility of the representation of entrepreneurial success in terms of personhood that the gangster film as the locus for working out the crisis of kinship and the family form must be read, and which, in Warshaw's terms, makes the gangster as protagonist as necessarily a tragic figure of capital. And people like Frederick Jameson and Moinek Biswas have spoken of the renegotiation of the relationship with the family form in the context of capital in Hollywood and Hindi cinema. Okay. I have a somewhat different take from Moinek Biswas's, but that is not relevant at the moment. Returning now to Sacred Games, Ganesh Gaitonde's narrative neatly coincides with the years of liberalization, and so reading him as someone who considers himself as its legitimate subject is, I believe, warranted. But he's also someone who represents the affirmative metropolitan subject of liberalization's belief in the ontological non-coincidence of capital and religious or nationalist reaction, but who has been progressively led to admit their at least circumstantial coincidence. Gaitonde at first refuses to take sides in the communal riots of Bombay after the demolition of the Babri Masjid until it is impressed on him that the payoff will allow him to purchase the car that his rival Suleiman Isa drives. Gaitonde narrates his story as one that is initially of renouncing his father, who is a Brahmin priest, and of renouncing faith itself, that he sees as having made the father quiescent, weak, subservient. He asserts his lack of faith, Gaitonde, even if he embraces its public rituals and celebrations as important to the communities he rules over and for his business itself. His role in the riots is exploited by his rivals to run him out of the country, which itself is facilitated by a bureaucrat who helps him get recruited by the Indian intelligence. This last affirms his identity as a Hindu Don who can help bring down Suleiman Isa for his role in the Bombay bomb blasts and for the continued threat he poses to national security. The bureaucrat who facilitates this arrangement also introduces him to a spiritual guru for whom he runs arms to be used by Hindutva outfits. But this guru and his philosophy for hastening the end of the world becomes his refuge once even his international operations run aground. His failure and the price of this failure, death, leads him to sign up for a program for the failure and death of the world itself. And so Gaitonde becomes the executor of the plan to destroy Mumbai with nuclear weapons that the guru and his coterie hope will bring on terminal armed conflict globally. But Gaitonde seems to have been unaware of the true extent of damage planned, and it is only his return to Mumbai and his rekindled attachment to it that makes him turn rogue and try to prevent the city's nuclear destruction. And his sense of incapacity to do so makes him draw the local inspector Sardar Singh to again unwittingly continue the attempt at preemption beyond Gaitonde's own death. The choice of Sardar Singh itself is explained in due course as dictated by the fact that Singh's own father was an honest cop, but who himself turns out to have been part of those closest to the guru and a participant in his project. Now, this is a plot of the co-optation of both the Indian state and Indian capital by the forces of organized spiritual, religious, nationalist reaction that is planning not simply to stop at the co-optation of existing polity, but its annihilation in the quest of a new beginning, excuse me, devoid of the need for the apologetics demanded by electoral politics. The other plot lines emphasize this co-optation of the polity in its own destruction. Now, this is also largely the plot of the novel on which the series is based, but the response of the two texts to this knowledge, as well as the characterization of the threat itself, could not be more different. In Vikram Chandra's novel, the narration is also two-tracked, but it is shared between an omniscient third-person narrator for the present, the Sardar Singh narrative, and a first-person account in the voice of Gaitonde addressed to Sardar for the past. The two remain discrete, and Sardar himself does not register the address from Gaitonde, making it plausible that the latter's account is a transcript of a tape or a written account left behind by Gaitonde himself and ending with his decision to kill himself. This is to say that the narration of the novel is classical and realist, so that the discovery of how its various components fit together is gradual and, I would say, providential. That a transcendental narrator or author may have constructed this world, but this author is not a participant. This is a dazed conception of God as clockmaker, as somebody who has designed the apparatus but does not afterwards participate in its workings. And this is a notion of authorship that Eric Rohmer, one of the key figures in the Politique des Auteurs in France in the 1950s, used to explain the idea of authorship when he was called upon to defend this idea. Okay. So I mean, that is significant, not an author as somebody who intends and expresses himself or herself, but as somebody who creates a world and then grants it autonomy. Okay. In classical narration, the world of the text betrays a design, but it also has the character of the fortuitous in the experience of the characters or readers themselves. And in Chandra's novel, the threat is finally averted, not so in the web series, which seems to be open-ended, whether the bomb is diffused or not, but it actually only seems to be open-ended. It actually despairs of confronting the inevitable. With 4 seconds and a single attempt for cracking the password to access the nuclear bomb software, Sartaj draws a pattern that clearly does not match the one used by the ISI agent earlier to activate it. Where in a classical narration, the various subplots retain a degree of autonomy even if they feed into each other, the web series finally reveals everything to have been consumed by a conspiracy that had been set in motion from the very beginning. This discovery makes the narration paranoid. The narrator is Gaitonde for both strands of the narrative, and Sartaj hears him speak after his own death and comment on the developments after Gaitonde's own suicide. And this narrative of Gaitonde's is suffused from the very beginning by the despair and rage of discovering himself to be the dupe of his own narrative. This is a narrative he has lived and that he now narrates and continues to participate in from beyond his own death, but which he has discovered to have been authored by the reactionary forces controlled by the Guru. The beginning of the conspiracy that links everyone tightly in pushing them to contribute to the realization of what becomes inevitable has a beginning that coincides with the emergency. Okay. Gaitonde's narration from his rural childhood begins during the emergency, and the Guru, who was a child prodigy in the recital of scriptures, is deprived of his own father when the latter never returns from his arrest by Indira Gandhi's government during the same emergency. The upshot is that the motto of the narrative becomes the historical resentment of the Hindutva forces against a state and polity that they claim had marginalized them. Gaitonde, on the other hand, thought that the motto of the narrative was an epochal drive to be rid of the oversight of patriarchy and state, to arrogate their powers to oneself through the means of capital. So, in this retrospective version of the popular narrative of the past 3 decades, the tussle between the apparently contradictory forces of economic liberalism and reactionary faith has been won through a deep conspiracy by the latter. This conclusion is so unbearable to Gaitonde that he does not return to his atheism. Doing so would be to surrender historical authorship to the Guru as patriarch, whom he calls his third father. Instead, Gaitonde tells Sartaj in the first episode itself that as he, Gaitonde, will go about demonstrating how everything is connected in the narrative to follow, it will become clear that faith in a transcendental God is inevitable, that this God does not care if we believe or not, that we will have to confront his presence if we are to make sense of what is happening to our narrative. This brings me to the next brief part of my argument for today, which is that sacred games and even Patal Lok assert the inescapability among a lot of other series and films. I think this is sort of a shared phenomenon across several texts. They assert the inescapability of having to engage with the forces of Hindutva by embracing some of its motifs and language, much like how the opposition parties now appear desperate to assert their familiarity with and respect for quote-unquote real Hinduism. This is reflected in the heavy overlay of mythological references for framing the historical narrative. These references are primarily, but not only, from Hindu mythology. Episode titles are designated by these references, and characters offer helpful recitations of some of these references to help us learn this language. This is most clearly signaled in the title sequence that combines archival footage with the patterns of a mandala illustration. I wanted to show the clip, but I think we're running short of time. But the title sequence has this abstract mandala pattern and archival footage that will then be used through the series to provide historical landmarks. In Patalok, the metaphor of three worlds is used to describe the social topography of Delhi. Swarglok, that is Lutyens Delhi, Dhartilok, upper middle class areas such as Vasant Vihar, and Patalok, the vast stretch of semi-urban and rural Hindi heartland that surrounds Delhi. There is something unintentionally facetious, not so much in the use of this language, but the foreboding significance with which it is invested and the need to sort of explicate it and underline it, for the audience. Patalok is sufficiently aware of this to have its protagonist say, "वैसे ये सब तो शास्त्रों में लिखा है, पर मैंने WhatsApp पर पढ़ा है." Yeah, it might be it's there in the scriptures, but I sort of read this on WhatsApp. But all its self-awareness cannot stop it from a hammy use of the Hiranyakashyap story to attempt investing the suicide of a character with profound significance. And the more mythologically literate among us can perhaps help me understand, if they've watched the series, what the relationship between the Hiranyakashyap story and this character's and this particular character is, where I see that the patterns are so disparate. Okay, it just seems like an imposition. Okay. The last observation I would like to make, but without being able to go into specifics, for now, is that both Sacred Games and Patalok, the extent of engagement with the emergence of Dalit politics, the third significant strand of the political economy of the past 3 decades, is to see it as a phenomenon that has only served the strategy of Hindutva politics. Not willingly, but unwittingly served Hindutva politics. In a paranoid narrative of liberalization, this strand appears as yet another object for the conspirator, not as the subject of the narrative. And here I have argued for the emergence of this paranoid strain in the retrospective assessment of liberalization once its affirmative phase has at least momentarily lapsed. Okay, so I'll just end there. That's sort of
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Firoz Hassan, also for allowing us some time for discussion. We are going beyond time, consciously so, and we will dedicate, I think, 10-15 minutes also for Q&A. I will respond now to the papers. I will do it very briefly and hopefully in a provocative way so that we can engage in some kind of conversation. But we would like to have some kind of discussion with the audience. So if you have any question, please raise your hand or type it in the chat box. We will try to entertain everyone. So I think there is a great variety of subjects which were explored in this panel, and I will try to draw some link and connection, obviously by simplifying some of the points which were argued here. I would like to start with Professor Deshpande and the question of the possibility of critical war movies. I think Professor Deshpande spoke very well about how to create this kind of critical cinema. And I think juxtaposing his realism to the hyper-realism that Dr. Akshay Kumar spoke about is interesting, and we will come to it. But I do want to ponder about the impossibilities that he also presented. And I think it's important to highlight this. And I would like to do it in 2 different ways, to speak about why it is impossible to have critical cinema movies. Not because I think we shouldn't have critical cinema movies. I think it is important to have movies which are critical about Holocaust, definitely about any kind of war or disaster that humanity goes through. But I think it is always important to keep in mind the complexities that this kind of movies create. The first, I think I would like to give an example from a fascist thinker, an Italian fascist thinker, Giovanni Gentle. And I think some of his argument in favor of war, fascist argument in favor of war, should be bear in mind. So his argument about, I think that in fascist ideology, the idea of war is not that war is nice. It's not even that war is just, but war, precisely because it is such a traumatic experience, war is uniting the nation. War is declaring who is a friend, who is the enemy. It makes this abstract notion of the nation, of the state, manifest itself in a brutal form, but at the same time also in this idealist form, as Gentile would put it. So by showing if war cinema is foregrounding the horrors of war, at the same time this also can be used as a moment in which everyone is uniting, depends on where they are standing on the political map, whether with the French or with the colonized. So I think this is something that even in a critical war movies, this kind of celebration of war is something that can somehow sneak into the visual that the movie is creating, and something that one should be aware of. And from the celebration of Gentile of war, I'm moving to an Israeli scholar in University of Amsterdam, Noah Roy, who also happened to be my PhD supervisor. And she has a very interesting argument about visual culture in Israel, both in the domain of so-called fine arts and in popular culture. And her argument, which is connected to what we are discussing here, is that even in critical art which is created in Israel against the IDF, against the Israeli army, against the occupation, against the Israeli colonial project, at the same time, precisely within that visual which is created in response to what as a criticism to what the state is doing, at the same time there is a presentation, there is a normalization, there is a naturalization of the images of war. In her book, Civil Aesthetics, she coins the term civilian militarism. And she speaks about how the visuals of war became something normal within the Israeli consciousness. War is no longer a state of emergency, but something which is normal. And I think everyone who is familiar with Israeli culture can resonate with that. So I wanted to flag these 2 points about the problem of representing a war, even when film or art or even cultural visual culture can be critical of war. I'm moving to Dr. Akshay Kumar and the idea the nationalist hyper realism. I think the subject is very, very interesting, and precisely because it presents something, as Dr. Kumar himself said, it presents it's the opposite, the antithesis of what Professor Deshpande is presenting. And I think that it's interesting and it's worth thinking about it, why it is emerging. And I think that by explaining this away as, a kind of nationalist wave that pulling everyone into this kind of unreasonable nationalism or a celebration of the past and the Indian pride, which was suppressed by various experiences of colonialism. I think means I think the explanation is not only acceptable, but it's quite, there is obvious need for this kind of explanation. But at the same time, I think it's interesting to think about it a little bit more. Why? Because I think what I saw in the clips that Dr. Kumar presented, that the film did not even try to be realistic. It's not as if somebody is sitting home and thinking, oh, how was it actually? What did it mean to fight against the Muslim invaders? That's not the need. And I don't think the need is irrational. I think that the need to have a certain imagination of your past, and here my comments is addressed to the historians here, the need to engage with your past and the relevance of this past to the present. I think this is something which is highly important and should not be explained away. Not that I claim that this is what Dr. Kumar is doing here, but it's worth thinking about it. What does it mean? Why at this point of time cinema is engaging with these hyper-real nationalistic narratives? And this leads me to Dr. Hassan and to the question of the relation between neoliberalism and nationalism, and the relation between the two, this puzzle. And I'm thinking about Sacred Games that I started watching because of Dr. Hassan's favor. Thank you very much. Also for spoiling the end, but for introducing to this series that I really enjoy. So I think that if the answer of the relation between neoliberalism and reactionary, religious reactionary or nationalism is, if the answer is conspiracy theory, so it is actually not an answer, right? So conspiracy is saying that it is actually, there is a guru who is creating this huge game. He's not interested in religion. He's interested in money and power and some other things that we can understand within a neoliberal society. So the question, so for me, the series is actually a question mark. What does it mean? What is the relation between these two forces of liberalism or neoliberalism in economics, and on the other hand, an attempt to go back to roots and identity and religion, even to force it in a very violent way? And I think for me, the idea, I'm thinking about this attraction for gangsters. I understand the narrative that sees the gangster movies as not as an allegory for capitalism, but I also think that within that, the figure of the gangster also represents something else, values of families, of friendship, which values which can be absolutely cruel. And in fact, I think this cruelty is needed in a sense within this stage in a neoliberal economy, which has no regard for any of our values. So the first thing in a neoliberal economy, I think by definition, is that economy comes first, and any other values should be subordinated to the logic of the economy. Means, of course, we want everyone to be equal, but if everyone will be equal, the economy is going to stop. It's not going to function in the same way. And hence, we need to let big companies run the show, or small businesses, and we will encourage here and there to create an environment of competition and so on and so forth. I think the gangster, in that sense, he can involve, he can participate in this kind of economy, but by breaking the rules, he's bringing in those family values, those values of friendship, those values of commitment to something, which represents for me what is missing from secular modernity. And in a sense, both the gangster movies are doing this, and also the hyper-real nationalist cinema that Dr. Akshay Kumar presented. And I went too long than what I thought. So these are my reflection. I think we can start by responding to this or collecting questions from the audience. It is definitely, it's up to you. I think if you're not in a hurry, sorry.
Akshay, I would suggest that let audience also come in, and then each of them respond in 5 minutes each.
That's a great idea. So I think we have Medul Islam raising his hand already.
Thank you. I have a direct question to Dr. Firoz Hassan. So I quite it's quite an interesting paper, and all the three papers in the session is quite rich, and quite enjoyed the session. So my precise question to Dr. Firoz Hassan is that seems that there are two genres of movies that you discuss. One where elements of neoliberal capitalism and religious nationalism is coinciding, at least in the web series of Separate Games. While the previous movies that you talked about, which is briefly about Guru or Scam web series or the Big Book, where I don't think where the religious nationalism is actually missing, where the protagonist is essentially the stockbroker or the businessman, the big businessman in Guru and the stockbroker in both Scam. And you're right that the Big Bull actually celebrates more the stockbroker than the Scam web series. And of course, there's also an element of conspiracy at the end of Big Bull that he might have actually been a victim of the larger system. So, and we don't know. Now, my question is that if you think about Indian neoliberalism, you have to, I think, a bit deeper. This is just a suggestion. That need to have a more deeper understanding of where Indian neoliberalism is somewhat similar to the Euro-American neoliberalism, particularly the American neoliberalism, and where it is not. So the religious nationalism is something which is a very unique thing. And of course, Indian neoliberalism is where the innovation-less thing is also happening. So in the American neoliberalism, we'll find that there are a lot of companies which is more innovative. So you have Apple, Google, Microsoft, Facebook. They're all innovative. Whereas Indian neoliberalism run by big capital in India is largely rent-seeking. So this is something which needs to be there. But at the same time, Indian neoliberalism is somehow mimicking the American neoliberalism. And it's very much, and even in Hollywood, you will find that the stockbroker as the major protagonist which is coming up, both in the Wolf of Wall Street and a few years back, The Big Short. So it's just whether Bollywood is also kind of catching up with the Hollywood and how Indian neoliberalism is also kind of a mimicry of American neoliberalism. Whether these are certain shades which are also coming to our shores, and where individual greed, entrepreneurial kind of qualities should be celebrated. This is something which if you can reflect on. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Dr. Islam. Well, as far as the Hollywood genre of the scamster as the protagonist, yeah, I mean that in a way, Wall Street by starring Michael Douglas goes back to the 1990s, and there is a sort of a handover from the gangster genre to this kind of figure. I don't know how substantial that body of work is, that group of films is. Off the top of my head, I can't be sure. So yes, there is that sort of an uptake of existing conventions. Now, as far as the imbrication of religious or nationalist reaction and capitalism is concerned, I don't think the Indian case is unique at all. Whether it is the US or whether it is Europe, these currents have been live, for decades. So I don't see that is exactly what requires a reflection for those who believe that there is an essential contradiction between a neoliberal program and reactionary ideologies. Okay, so rather than be baffled at this coincidence, to sort of examine how there is a longer history to this, and to sort of examine how this imbrication has come about, the complexities that have attended this imbrication, rather than to sort of, again, I'm not saying that the conspiracy narrative is widespread, but it's there. I mean, even in sort of not the typical public discourse, the narrative of the 2019 elections as having been rigged, and that is the only thing that can explain what happened, right? It has, in the conversations with people, it has enough takers for it to be disturbed. Right? Similarly, the invocation of Ramayana and Mahabharata on national television in the 80s and the 90s as part of this conspiracy is also, to me, very baffling, as having grown up at the time when this was the only national channel, this was the only television channel available to all of us, and everybody watched these series. Okay. Now, that does not mean that they did not coincide, that did not play a role in the public discourse that eventually shaped on to sort of take the form of Hindutva politics. That is not what I'm saying. But, even if you look at the programming of the time, you had the series on Tipu Sultan, you had Alif Laila, you had, a range of other popular series at the time. So, yes, there may have been a discursive imbrication of those television series, but to sort of see it as a conspiracy to Hindutvize the spectatorship, for me, sort of looks at it as a one-way discourse coming from the TV and being received by the spectators in a static kind of a way. So it may not be as obvious and widespread, but I do believe that there's something that we could pay attention to. I hope that sort of answers your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As a political scientist, I can just only say that Indian elections can never be rigged at 2019, because we use hardwares in the voting machines instead of software. So software is like remotely controlled. It's quite a scientific proof. I think the liberal and the left should actually introspect why they lost and why they are still losing ground. I think that's the larger thing, and we are all reflecting in this context. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that's a good point. Okay, maybe one more question before we are requesting our speakers to respond. Okay, I think we can move on. Maybe final remarks from each speaker. I request all of you not to go beyond 5 minutes, because we would like to finish at 12:55. So Professor Deshpande, if you would like to begin, then according to the order of presentation, Dr. Kumar and Dr. Hassan, please.
I just want to say that my brief presentation, which was followed by those short clips and then a discussion in which Edward Said spoke about Pontecorvo and his films, is part of a larger paper which I am writing at the moment, which obviously is being written for a volume which might appear next year. It's basically a paper on Indian war cinema, and I'm reading more about these things and seeing more of critical war cinema in the process. Because I would like to frame Indian war cinema, in the intersecting contexts of nationalist cinema on the one hand, and the other being the possibilities of critical war cinema, which can be produced or not produced in India. There are, I have actually looked at a few films which do have this possibility. For instance, several years ago, I think a film called Shaurya was produced in India, which starred Rahul Bose. This is about human rights violations in Kashmir, a very sensitive issue on which possibly no film can be made today, for reasons best known to everybody present here. It's difficult to hold webinars and seminars on that issue as well, which is well known. And I mean, there was news in the Indian Express in the morning today, which tells us that a webinar in JNU has been cancelled, which was organized by the Center for Women's Studies there on matters of human rights and violence and other such issues in Kashmir. So it's becoming very difficult, but the fact that this film was made several years ago and it is set in Kashmir, and it is critical of the situation in which the human rights violations take place. But the solutions in this film are found from within the armed forces, because ultimately the investigation is carried out by a army lawyer who works on the army's legal team, which is entrusted with the task of investigating human rights abuses in a border area in Kashmir. And finally, the officer in charge of these violations is court-martialed. So the solution is found within the structures of the military itself. So in the end, the film ends up telling the audience that even if there are violations in certain parts of India, in which laws like the Armed Forces Special Powers Act play an important role, which give the army sweeping powers over civilians. The army itself is, it's not structurally geared towards human rights violations, and that the solutions to these human rights violations and the possibility of punishing these evildoers in such situations exists within the military structures and the organizations themselves. So I don't know whether it squares with what you called, the civilian military, the militarization of the civilian, in the sense making human rights violations and war, especially in the context of Palestine and so on. Maybe all this becomes very the TV and cinema actually end up normalizing these things, and people start living with these things. And that is I think that's one of the achievements of fascism, because what fascism does, as you've rightly pointed out, what fascism or ultranationalism does is to make people get used to violence of a particular kind. And military violence is part of that, because the state and the country are always besieged in the fascist ideology. So what it does, it is perhaps the only ideology which has a positive evaluation of war, positive evaluation of violence as such. And because in its overall understanding of the world, war is central, because war always goes on between racial types, or between nations, or between the superior and the inferior civilizations and so on, which is part of Nazism and fascism both. That it's very good for, it's very good for what I would say the culture of fascism, even if it doesn't become political fascism all the time, to be wielded through regimes. But it's always good for cultural fascism, or what we call in the classrooms when we teach fascism. It's very good for the cultivation of grassroots fascism, that the population becomes inured to this constant news of violence and war, and there is this tendency to accept all those things and then make them such an imperceptible part of life that you don't really actually pay as much attention to issues of human rights violations or laws or rules and so on. And in societies, these areas where laws don't apply, in these areas, these particular geographical or social regions where quote unquote normal laws don't apply, where certain humanitarian concerns don't apply and need not apply, that mentality becomes it becomes ingrained in the population. And that, I think, is a far bigger achievement of grassroots fascism than winning actual battles. I mean, they also have learned lessons from the Second World War, and obviously, when Ramayana or Mahabharata and other things were, not so much Mahabharata, but when the Ramayana serial was being talked about just a while ago, I thought of how this had made certain things part of the common sense of people, and whether it can be teleologically asserted that this automatically led to the social validation of Hindutva, and with electoral results in the 1990s and thereafter. Whether we can say that or not is difficult to say, but But on the other hand, we can certainly say that some people were watching these serials far more intelligently and far more cleverly than some of us were, and they understood the power of the media by understanding how these serials had become so popular and so evocatively powerful in the popular domain. And I think they drew the correct lessons from the way media can be manipulated and work to their advantage. And the results of that are quite apparent now. So, I mean, we have to look at the role of the possibility of producing critical war cinema in this entire political context, which is fraught with grassroots fascism, fraught with the way the mainstream media is captured by those who are in power, and the shrinking space for dissent in certain societies. I think we have to take all these things into account at the same time when we look at cinema, war cinema, nationalist cinema, and critical war cinema, and so on. And that's all I have to say at the moment.
Thank you very much, Professor Deshpande. We will move to Professor Dr. Kumar.
Yeah. So I think the point you were making, I quite agree with, and I think it's relevant to think about the fact that the representation of the conflict does not ever control the ways of that conflict being read. I mean, that representation being read. So it creates these polarities and these problems about sending out a message that may equally work to the contrary effect. So you were talking about this in the case of Israel. I mean, I have, in a sense, looked at the history of caste conflict, in particular in one of my recent essays, and particularly at a film like Sairat. So, you know, what I find most amazing is that I'm not sure if you've seen the film, but I'm sure some of the other audience members would have. So a film that is quite certainly posed in a way that, you know, it wants you to acknowledge caste violence can also become a text of caste honor for the dominant community. Because after all, the representation of that violence does not control the sociological habitus within which it is being read. And you know, one might very well say, what else could they have done? An honor killing was the only possible way to resolve this. I mean, you cannot allow this to happen. So in that sense, the representation of any conflict creates this problem. And actually, if you look at the history of cinema in the last few years, all those polarities are very much available every which way. And also, there's an interesting perspective that came from one of the speakers on the first day, who was talking about how he gave a fascinating presentation on the making of the figure of the Rajput and what all fed into the idea of who is the Rajput. And then goes on to say in one of his responses to, I think, a question, that even with all this knowledge, I enjoyed Padmavat. So, you know, it's a film makes that possibility alive. You can't ever deny that. I mean, I think it's fair to argue that both Padmavat and Bajirao Mastani are love stories. Or I mean, I'm sure even Prithviraj, when it comes out, will be a love story. So what I want to say is that these are not essentially, I mean, when I try and read them in a certain way, it's not the only reading that is available. I mean, I'm sure there are other ways of looking at it, and those cannot be dismissed. But when a certain body of work emerges with a particular slant, I think the elements of propaganda, the elements of, I mean, warfare of a certain kind, the projection of a certain kind of masculinity, which has a background in the martial race theory or a certain caste valor, needs to be acknowledged as well. And of course, this works very well with this standard idea, the premise of all Hindutva consolidation, that we have never been aggressors. We have fought wars that were enforced on us. We have never, and that element is there in all these films that we are talking about, all the CGI historicals. They are about fighting a war that is not of our choice. It's just, I mean, we wanted to make a love story. but it just turned out this way. What can we do? So that element is there. I mean, it cannot be set aside, and that's what makes cinema so much more fascinating than just playing history, because it has that element always.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar. Dr. Hassan, please.
Yeah, I'll just address the question of kinship that you had raised. The gang as an alternate kinship form. Now, that is an argument that has been made in relation to the Indian gangster film. Okay, so let me just go back to Frederick Jameson's take on The Godfather. His argument was that The Godfather was a nostalgia for a family form that had been dissolved by capitalism in the US. So it was projected onto this ethnic minority, and it's passed in another country. Okay, so that argument works for Godfather and in the American context, but the family form or the questions of kinship, whatever the crises that they may have passed through, were equally germane to the representation of the entrepreneur, whether it's Guru, whether it's the Harshad Mehta films, so I don't really see that as making up for the dissolution or some terminal crisis of the family form in under liberalization that has to be compensated for. I see it more as an alibi for the gangster figure. So it's mostly it's used for the Tapori figure, Tezab, or Rangila, or those kinds of films. But it is also used. Okay, it's a Tamil film, Nayakan, but he's the patriarchal figure. The Kamal Hassan's character is a patriarch of the community, sort of an extended family. Okay, so that I don't think displaces given families, but builds upon. So I think that is my take on the relationship between the kinship form and the gangster.
Yeah, I think also because the gangster, by the end of it, he functions within this liberal economy and capitalist setting. I agree. I also have to say against myself that the figure in Sacred Games, there is something very cynical about the way he kills people, take over. It's not so much, it's about opportunity coming, and he sees it in the most violent form. So I think that it's something that is in that sense not very similar to The Godfather, where this kind of reading is more possible. Thank you very much. I think this kind of conversation can go on and on and on. I would like to thank the speakers for making the last 3 hours so fascinating, and for enriching the discourse and the dialogue between history and cinema. Thank you very, very much. And thank you for everyone who participated in this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Kaushalya, we meet on time in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, of course.
So 5 minutes we resume, and Professor Ravi Vasudevan will chair a roundtable.
We'll join for the roundtable conference. Yes.
Yeah. So see you soon. Yeah.
Thank you. Keshavji, are we ready? Can we start the next session?
Hello, yes, ma'am, we are ready.
Okay. Okay. So maybe in 2-3 minutes, when we have the speakers online, we can start the session.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe in 2-3 minutes, when we have all the speakers online, then we can have.
Ma'am. After 2 or 3 minutes, we will start the session.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. So shall we start?
Yeah, we can start.
Okay.
I think everyone is here. All the panelists are present. There's Ira. Hello, Ira.
Okay, so
Hello,
yes.
Anirudh. And Madhav, I think, is here. And Professor Kamlendra Mandal.
Yes.
Very much here. Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Uma is here. Uma Chakravarti.
I'm here.
Hi, Uma. Hi. That's a wonderful presentation you made the other day. It really actually kind of opened up the space of the seminar for me.
You are just a good friend of mine, that's why.
अरे ऐसे मत बोलो, ये क्या मतलब?
ठीक है, बहुत अच्छा, बहुत बढ़िया.
Okay. So, okay, I think we're in a position to start now. And, this is a kind of final panel discussion with a number of senior academics and people who have actually practitioners also and teachers of filmmaking. We are actually privileged to have, including Professor Mandal who taught editing at the Film and Television Institute of India. And anyway, I will introduce the panelists individually when they speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'm planning to do is this. I think people should switch off their mics. People should switch off their mics. Anirudh, you can just switch off the mic because I think that causes a kind of echo or something. Yeah. Okay. I've in consultation with Sagar, I've structured this session in this fashion. I will make some preliminary observations. I've managed to hear quite a lot of the seminar, as much as I could. Unfortunately, not all of it. Just to kind of raise certain issues which emerged just in terms of thinking about key theoretical or issues of research or key topics and areas which have been flagged, but which may not have been adequately pushed forward. So I'm going to just start with a few of those, and then I'll invite individual panelists to actually come in on with their observations and suggestions about what the seminar and its topics kind of offer in terms of ideas and further agenda for research and interaction. In the first instance, I wanted to I took this when Sagar invited me as a kind of invitation to think about the contemporary and how history is being formulated through the contemporary and the framework of cinema. Now, in the course of time, the space of the seminar has opened up a number of different issues and questions, which actually are not just about the historical as a genre, as an industrially recognized genre with a long history in that sense, but a host of other ways of thinking history through the cinema. And I want to come back to that shortly. And one of the first moves, in a sense, for me, which happily kind of opened up this space, was the question of, say, moving from historical with a big H as an industrial genre to the notion of history through cinema. Historical with a small h, let us say, which doesn't signal itself directly as a genre necessarily, but opens up a space for historical reflection. And what the terms of that reflection are, the duration of that reflection are, the period frame within which that reflection operates is something which I think was opened up during the course of the seminar. One of the registers, which Uma Chakravarti highlighted, was the question of documentary. And this, I think, is an area which needs to be actually seriously pursued. And as history, and I would think there were two ways in which Uma framed this, that are not all films historical? Well, arguably not. They are of history, they emerge at a historical moment, but do they undertake the work of reflecting on history, being participant in the production of a discourse of history and a reflection on the past? Not all films do that. Nevertheless, they are a critical archive of what it means to think about the cinema, and they offer archival possibilities to how we can think of the cinema as a vehicle of historical reflection. So we have a huge archive in that sense, which ranges from the documentary to the mainstream entertainment forms and through to avant-garde, experimental, a diverse range of material. Much of it which is lost, for example, in the context of the entertainment cinema. As we know, the National Film Archives of India only started in 1964. And apart from that, there's been very little material. In fact, as recent scholarship has suggested, we have much more in the form of video material, making cinema available historically, than we have actually reposed as celluloid in the archives in Pune. And this is, in fact, an opening out of the context of what the archive means. It means actually a much more diverse set of formats through which that material is held. So, in fact, the documentary, apart from, say, undertaking a work of historical reflection, as it may well do, and it does, also actually is heir to a much more, a simpler codification of the historical, and is called the archive film. So what you're using is actually found footage from the past to mark the past, to mark the division between the now and then. And it's the constitution of what we would call an archive effect. It is done mundanely and pedestrianly in a lot of films division work, in a lot of by rote kind of assemblage, which is meant to mark the historical and actually refer to earlier footage, for example, generated perhaps by the films division itself, to create a series of topics around which are considered historical, but to mark that difference and that this temporal distance between the then and the now. And this is a huge and very important area. Of course, entertainment cinema itself draws upon certain types of archival footage. Or as Professor Deshpande pointed out, you actually simulate the question of the newsreel to create a fictional film in the case of the Battle of Algiers. So there are lots of traffic in that zone. So that is just opening the space. I think the second level, which was being articulated, one, if you Uma's extraordinary kind of, I think, project, recovering the 1960s and 70s in terms of women's narratives of the political figures who actually have undergone the worst possible state, torture, and the actual recovering of that is another archive. It's an actual constitution of an archive, which would otherwise not be available and is only available through orality. And it is a video form, and it is held in that video form. But I think the supplementary thing, and this will actually connect with a second tier, if you want, of what I was thinking about in relationship to this different register of the historical, away from the big industrial genre, is to the question of the emergency, for example. And not only the emergency, as a very specific site and a certain kind of constitution of a contemporary kind of novel. It's a kind of frame of reference in many, for many. But also in terms of the various fictional forms which actually emerged around that. So that itself, for someone like Uma, constitutes a kind of significant archive. And with films being made at the time contemporaneously, with the Naxal movement, and in a sense actively documenting, not necessarily through documentary means, but certainly through actually often location shots, something like Pratidwandi, and the other works of the Calcutta trilogy, etc., and Ghatak's work. So you have that element where you have got both, and the orality of narrative and testimony, and you have actually cinema itself becoming a reference as an archive for a specific tracking of a historical kind of a historical duration, which is about state, about political activism, about terror, etc. So then we codify the archive in multi-layered ways, as Uma suggests. The other related thing, which actually came up very strongly, I think, in the last couple of presentations, is now you can mark it in different ways. Feroz went back to the emergency at one point when he's tracking this notion of how the neoliberal has actually reconfigured questions of, entrepreneurship. So there could be a whole series of things. What has opened up through a so-called neoliberal, and that neoliberal is dateable in various ways. As we know, as historians, it's still under work in progress. It's and it may date some versions to the 80s, as a very profoundly significant moment in which there's a kind of reconfiguration, especially around things like information, spectacle, televisual kind of distribution, etc., etc. We know a new kind of information economy also undergirds that neoliberal, emergent neoliberal frame, which Feroz Hassan referred to there. So that becomes another kind of track. I want to actually speculate about one thing, and I think it's a very interesting and productive area, the question of knowledge. Now, for example, when we talk of information, there's this apparent propagandistic certitude of states, etc., relaying information. In this morning session, the question of conspiracy came up. And conspiracy may be codified in various ways. It is an invitation to speculate. It's an invitation to assemble information in a particular fashion. What its purposes are diverse. We may actually have, of course, right-wing conspiracies, but we may as well also have extremely speculation on actually the terms of power, how to open power out, who is behind what in terms of what perfidy and against, say, ordinary folk. There are a whole host of things where conspiracy becomes an interesting and actually quite productive frame. So when it becomes a kind of motor of a certain level of the information economy, along with more informal kind of techniques, I think it becomes an interesting and productive site to think about the way in which history is being posed in this fashion. Unfortunately, I did not hear the presentations, for example, on the Tashkent files, which took place a couple of days ago. But certainly we have this kind of area where from Sacred Games to Tashkent files, we have this new kind of configuration about what is moving this thing, what is moving the apparatus of government, what is moving the apparatus of the economy, who is doing what to whom, and this becomes a new kind of frame, and obviously fueled in a sense by social media forms, which are continuously generating all sorts of information, fake news, speculative forms, not just fake news, but speculative assemblages of what something is, why something is happening in the fashion that it does. So I just wanted to mark those three terrains right now. Two other things. One is going back to the big historical issue, the industrial genre. On the first day, I think important topics or research issues, theoretical posers actually emerged. One of these was the question of authenticity. And I think what we have here is now we may either deny that this is history writing or historiography through cinema, and that it is surely fantasy, it is surely a certain type of, kind of majoritarian kind of, narration of issues. But if we also take this seriously as to what it means through cinema to produce history, even with the big production apparatus, not the smaller initiatives which I just described, but the big production apparatus, then how do we interrogate it? And I think this is an important domain to look at. We know that it is, I had mentioned the notion that there's an antiquarian logic, even in, say, the constitution of what a time in the past looked like. Now, Nadeem suggested that, this is inauthentic, how a certain Mughal architecture is actually displayed. The thing is, even if it is inauthentic, it nevertheless signals a past, and there's work which has gone into it. Now, that work may actually establish a certain type of platform about how to look at the past. It may be inadequate, it may not be completely accurate, but we know that Mughal miniatures are used, various types of architectural reference are drawn upon, and they may not be completely accurate, but they nevertheless indicate a kind of will to try and capture the past through a certain process of consultation, production of material, accessing simulation of a certain costumery. So, there is actually a texture which is developed. And what is very interesting is that one needs to explore that. One doesn't necessarily just say inauthentic. So we have actually a host of young scholars who are doing very important and interesting work in the area, for example, from JNU on production design. Carlos Tabaz, a few years ago, a remarkable thesis on art direction. We have had people look at how even stunts are organized, the technology, the double, various things like that. If you go into these spaces, one has to understand how they are put together. Ravikant said it's also the question of labor. There are skills involved, which actually assemble this thing. So just as we take the archive, if you want, seriously as professional historians, we need to take this different thing. It is a creation of historical spectacle. That's what it is. It is not necessarily accurate, but it has its own logic of production, convention, genre simulation, etc. Ira Bhaskar, for example, has shown how the Islamic age as a kind of imaginary, was constituted in the 30s and 40s, and that has looked into the kind of way in which that has been constituted. And we need more and more of this kind of work rather than to will it away. It actually is to do with how history is being produced in a spectacular stage, and the types of apparatus, research, and information which actually has gone into doing this. I think that's a very important focal point. I did want to say one thing about, this actually is the how of how we go into it. There have been very strong and actually kind of compelling descriptions of how exactly a kind of Hindutva imaginary relating to Maratha and Rajput kind of linkages, opposition, solidarities, anti-Muslim drives have actually kind of have come together very powerfully and systematically, and etc., etc. I think one should actually look at that with great care. And but what I wanted to say is two levels. This is a question of spectatorship, audience formation, and the formation of publics. I think this is another terrain which has opened up. It opened up on the first day as to how do we discuss the actual experience. Akshay Kumar just raised it just now in the last session. How do we actually kind of gauge what is the process through which we understand the power, circulation, efficacy, readability of certain historical narratives of this sort? Are they diverse and indeterminate? Is there any way of actually kind of calibrating a research into it? And I think this is a really powerful and important terrain. One thing which Salma Siddique pointed out when she's actually looking at the process of something like Padmavat is that you actually have to draw on William Mazzarella's formulation, cinema constituting a kind of open edge of mass publicity. It is a public form. It actually offers a space for mobilization. So if the Karni Sena comes into this space, it's almost as if the cinema itself lays itself open. It's not as if Bhansali wants to be beaten or his sets to be broken, or all these kind of. It is an assemblage which almost invariably, once you enter the terrain of history and history of a certain sort, not only history, other things as well, there's an invitation to actually a certain level of publicity and also of public mobilization, which one is not aware of. So there is that. There's a fractious public. A public is waiting for action or to be mobilized. Frank Cody has done this with newsprint journalism. William Mazzarella has referenced it with cinema. So the public is this thing. It's not necessarily a huge public. It may be actually a kind of incendiary small public, but actually opens up a space and may actually, from Salma's speculation, may even actually have an effect on how the film is subsequently then reorganized, reformulated, recalibrated in order to manage the fallout of such a thing. But there's also, I think, other issues. When I said we go into production design and to try and understand the textual forms through which a certain historical imaginary is constituted. The other thing is there is also a trade discourse and a discourse of people in the industry as to what will appeal to which segment of the audience, through what circuit, in which territory. And any of the number of professional film historians who are here know full well how far back that goes. And it's constantly being recalibrated. Whether you have territory of the colonial period, through to circuits, which are a continuous thing, B and C circuits, as everyone knows. And you also have, of course, the multiplex as a kind of new framework. But now, of course, the potentiality of OTT release. So there are a number of these things where it's also a calibration from the point of view of the trade and the industry of what constitutes or potentially constitutes an audience. So this is not saying still, what is this audience and its response, but it is a discourse of the audience which is institutionally framed and actually moved into place. there are a whole host of ways of actually going into the space ethnographically to try and discern this. I can only reference you to the fantastic work of S.V. Srinivas on fan clubs, which I think is very well known. I think Akshay Kumar himself, when he's looking at the circulation of Bhojpuri cinema and music, actually tries to access this notion of a shifting audience, a migratory audience, as a number of people in Bhojpuri, researching Bhojpuri cinema have done. So there are ways I'm suggesting that if we are wanting to go into this space, and we need to calibrate instead of just speculate broadly and generically, oh, this is a bad thing, and this is the response, or it may not be the response. But is there ways of saying how people are thinking about it, how institutional forms are framing this, how audiences are being thought through, even if they don't exist in exactly that form? So that is, I think, another area which we need to actually hold on to. I think I'm coming to the conclusion of this. I do want to say that let us take this positively. History films which we don't necessarily like or approve of are actually being circulated. They're being produced and they're circulated. It's an invitation to historical discourse, to a discourse of history. The historian and linguistic theorist of ancient Rome, Maria Weik, instead of trashing all the ton of Roman Empire epics which have been made over time, said this actually puts into place what it meant for Marcus Aurelius to say something or do something and how it is framed. We have an obligation not just to say that's wrong, but to keep on having a set of discussions. And those discussions are not only of the professional historian, and they may not all be of one speech form. They may be quite diverse. They may come back to things like folklore and other types of knowledges and wisdoms, popular wisdoms, if you want. And we should take this as an invitation rather than as something to repel or to just dissipate. I will now come to the conclusion. I'm sorry if I've taken a bit of time, but I thought I should do as much justice as I could to whatever presentations have taken place, some of which I'm sorry I was not able to attend. But in the first instance, I would request Professor Kamalendra Mandal, who had taught editing for many years at the Film and Television Institute of India, who himself has an interest in the history of cinema. And I'm very grateful that you were able to join us, Professor Mandal, and please do have a say on your response, would be very welcome. I would request all speakers to take 10 minutes so that there's enough time for a general discussion afterwards. Professor Mandal, you have to unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you. I'm actually quite amazed with this entire conference. Never attended something like this ever before. And it's really opened up a lot of things for me to even think about. Yesterday, I think there was an attempt by Sagar to pull me into a conversation, but being an editor by not only by trade, but in personality, I decided I'd wait a bit to hear out today's debate this morning and then come back to whatever I had to say. So I think I would like to start by actually talking about my experiences as a student of cinema, which was through the FTI. And I will progress from that to the idea of production, the idea of film, what way I've reached today. When I joined the Film Institute in 1973, the first thing that was available to me was the international cinema that we have in the archive. And this whole talk about Mughal-e-Azam suddenly reminded me that, in fact, Indian cinema, as it were, or Indian feature films, as it were, was very much restricted to a Sunday morning program where families of staff, etc., came to attend the screenings. I think the net result of my 2 years in the Film Institute was that there was a certain amount of disregard to what that represented in in terms of a learning experience. However, I can now, having looked subsequently at films like Mughal-e-Azam, actually look at what I, or talk about briefly about what I would feel is it has, how it has worked for me or not worked for me. See, the idea of in 1922, a young man who was active in theater and Urdu theater at that, writing a play which then became so acceptable on theater itself that eventually it was when cinema people were looking for ideas and stories. It was produced by Ardeshi Ray Rani, both in the silent form and as was his habit of producing silent into sound when sound came in 1930. And then, of course, there were others, like in 1944, it was Asif Saab, who started looking at this particular story, because as a play, and as I will tell you about my own experience of using a popular play in a film, I think he very rightly made a choice of making Anarkali into a film. And then there's this whole background of 18 years before a film is released. And in most historical presentations of cinema, we tend to ignore this entire 18 years and what it represented, how there was a change of so many people involved in the making of the films, from the cast to the financing of the film. And these are constraints which I think was a little exaggerated in this case of Mughal-e-Azam, but I think is very much present in terms of anybody who attempts to make a film, especially a feature film. And it's a constraint which is still there. And whether you take 6 months or you take 3 years, 18 years is a long period for somebody to make a film. In that process, we then have a version which has been made in 2004, which is, to my way of looking at it, a distilled version of the film. Am I getting through? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, you're very clear.
Yeah, fine. So what I was saying is this idea of a distilled film, which I think Mughal-e-Azam now represents, is a concept which is very much present in the making of films by Bollywood, where the process of re-looking and re-looking and reworking and reshooting and re-editing of films continues over a period of time. I think it is fortunate that Mr. Asif Saab had 18 years or a little less than that to actually to process this film into the way it was. And subsequently, the 2004 release of this film has shown us, for example, the idea of how many songs he started the film with was, I think, something like 20 films. 20 songs were recorded in the initial phase of making this film. When the film was finally released in the 1960s, it was reduced to 12 songs. Now, 12 songs in a film of this length was not only because of the length of the film, but probably there was a certain tampering with the script, and that is a common way of filmmaking, which has then, at least my experience has shown, is part of what the filmmaker goes through. The version which we finally saw, which was the distilled version, knocked off 2 more songs, so that the color version which we now see is down to just 10. And I must say that these 10 songs, in spite of it being 2004, are very well integrated into the film. And that is the main objection, I think, which a lot of people had, or spectators had, or even critics had, about the way cinema has developed, that Indian cinema started with 20 and 40 and even 70 songs in the 1930s, and went to another extreme where there were films produced which were songless, and then subsequently again revived the interest in songs and music and dance, of course, which then progressed further till the 60s. And even till now, you have films which have that concept in mind. So I think the idea of distillation is what I'm trying to talk about, is that even when my experiences with working with filmmakers in Bollywood, I have found that this concept of taking a film and reworking it is something which is absolutely part of the norm. I'm told that a film like Sholay also, when it was shot in such huge quantities that the constant reduction of the film, which of course was mainly the role of the editor, to bring it down and bring it down and keep bringing it down, was something which finally reflected in a film which had a certain sense in terms of its storytelling and in terms of its screenplay. Therefore, the conclusion we can come to in this is that, of course, the screenplay writer himself, obviously not people at that point of time who were really involved with the idea of filmmaking in the sense of what we understand it now, the accuracy with which people take films and make them. And therefore, all the other faults which follow in terms of the art direction, as somebody pointed out in Mughal-e-Azam, or in terms of the costumes, or in terms of or even to some extent, even the performances, are some things which then become noticeable to an audience. For example, I will tell you about an experience I had when I first started working with Raj Kapoor ji in a film called Prem Rog. I joined the film when when he had reached almost the climax of that film, and we were shooting the main action sequence. Now, I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but Mr. Raj Kapoor was very averse to the idea of using action or shooting it himself. So I was told, but I saw it for myself that when it came to actually shooting this action sequence, which was the climax of the film, he put the whole job onto his 3 sons to shoot. Each one was given a camera, and they went ahead on this whole so-called set that was created and shot and shot and shot. And eventually, a sequence which I edited down to about 7 to 10 minutes was shot in 10,000 feet of film. Now you can imagine how much time that takes and how much energy, and not to mention how much the budget was spent on this sort of thing. The same story is there with Sholay. The amount of money that is spent on feature films in Bollywood is something that a smaller filmmaker, which I realized when I left the Film Institute subsequently, could have easily managed a film with. So the economics of that sort of feature film is very different, and the demands of that is something which I feel that had to be looked out. For example, when I first left the Film Institute, there was a film cooperative formed in Maharashtra. Now, this film cooperative was not the first one in India, it was the second. The first was in Kerala, formed by Adur Gopalakrishnan. This was formed by a group of students, most of us who had just graduated from the Film Institute, and we had a mentor in a man called Mani Kaul. When we got together to form this film cooperative, which was called Yukt, by the way, Y-U-K-T, it was all a very, very exciting idea. And we began by shooting a few documentaries of culture with the National Center of Performing Arts in Bombay. But we soon realized that this is not something which very quickly we realized that this was not something would be able to generate enough funds for us to stay together. So we said we have to attempt a feature film. And we were lucky that we were introduced by certain friends to Indian Bank, which agreed to finance a small amount to us to make this film. Thereafter, we looked at the possibilities, and very much like the idea of a play, we took a musical play from Maharashtra, which was extremely popular and had gone international also, and attempted a film on that basis. That was known as Ghanshiram Kotwal. Now, Ghanshiram Kotwal was, obviously, we had to involve Mr. Vijay Tendulkar, in the scripting of the film, because his understanding of the play was something which we really felt was important. And we were looking at the idea of how we are going to break the idea of the narrative which we are constantly seeing being made in the Bollywood film. Therefore, we were attempting an experimental film. And anyway, with the budget we had, it was not possible for us to look at much more beyond that. So there was a huge amount of discussion, and quite a few months were spent on the screenplay and the working out of the whole thing. Yeah. So I'm glad I don't know if I'm glad you've seen the film, but I don't know how many other I have seen it. In fact, that's another story altogether, because having made this film and attempting to release it, we realized that the basics of distribution and exhibition was something which was not taught at us all in the Film Institute, and people like Manikol didn't have the experience either. So it was left to us as freshers to flounder around in places like Pune and Kolhapur to try and get a film release, which of course we did manage, but it didn't last for more than 2 days. So both these explanations I'm giving to you because I felt they led to my looking at cinema subsequently a little differently, and led me to come into Bollywood. And fortunately, we had what was known as the Film Finance Corporation also present. And through the Film Finance Corporation, which was then giving loans to young filmmakers, I was introduced to cinema. And having met a man called Muzaffar Ali, who had never done any film in his life, but had done some very interesting work in art, and also with poetry and literature, and also his background, I was presented the opportunity to work on a film called Gaman, which also had Farooq, and who's a neighbor, by the way, somebody who I grew up with almost in this area where I lived in Bombay, and Smita Patil, who I had been introduced very rudely when she worked on her first film ever with a Film Institute diploma graduate called Arun Khopkar, and that was the first film she ever acted in, and her entire acting took place below my window in the middle of the night. So I couldn't get any sleep, and I don't think I would ever forget Smita Patil because of that. Anyway.
Professor Mandal, if you don't mind, I think we can also come back later to some of these questions you raised, because there are a few more speakers and we have got a limited time frame. In fact, I think one needs to have a separate, elaborate interview with you, because the mine of information you've already put on display is remarkable. I did want to say a couple of things. I thought your reference to distillation became very interesting. Yes. This repeated editing, for example, so in literary studies, there's a great deal of attention paid to the versions of novels.
Yes.
How many different drafts something went through, and that itself becomes a very interesting archive. Just as you said that Sholay may have actually had so many feet of film, and then underwent all these kind of the editing process, which actually framed it in the way we know it today. And even then, there have been the endings were not. There are more than one ending, right? For Sholay, for example. So if you don't mind,
I just want to conclude. I want to conclude by talking about this idea of history of cinema, which you had.
Right.
For me, the whole idea of narrative in film extended through my entire experience as an editor, and then in the 2004 when I joined the Film Institute and I was asked to teach, then my idea of teaching actually changed the way I looked at cinema. That it was no longer the narrative I was looking at, it was the idea of history that I was looking at. And having begun with the idea of history, and by the time I left the Film Institute in 2014, I was convinced that a look at the history of Indian cinema and of world cinema, something which I thought was lacking in the way that we did our teaching in the Film Institute, was something I need to concentrate on. And therefore, I have since been working on both world cinema history and on Indian cinema history. And as we go along, I will hopefully be able to interject in some of the talks that we gave. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure there will be questions coming to you, sir. And I think we have to have a separate conversation as well. Huh? Thank you. May I invite Ira Bhaskar now to join us?
Yes. Thank you, Ravi. And thank you, Sagar and Kaushalya, for this really enriching and very productive conference. Ravi has made some very important points at the beginning in his talk and also just now. So some of what I'm going to say may sound a bit repetitive, but I'll just skip most of it and underline a few points that I think, haven't been discussed so far and that could be discussed further. So I'll begin with, the wonderful presentation by Uma yesterday and our conversation about, marginalized histories and the way in which instead of looking at every film as a historical, we can talk about the way in which films are about histories, different kinds of histories, and but at the same time, not give up on the idea of genre. So the historical as a genre, with a very particular semiotic system, with narrative content that is specific, and very specific languages and literatures that that this genre draws on, performance cultures, and so on. Now, there are, of course, fluidities. And for instance, the way in which the historical mobilizes music. And musical genres are not tied to just one genre. Musical forms are present in different genres. So not just the love song, but also qawwalis, ghazals, thumris, horis that Ravikant mentioned yesterday. These are present in historical, socials, courtesan films, romances, costume dramas, etc. So there's a very interesting way in which cultural forms are mobilized by different genres. There's also a way in which genres are fluid. There are border crossings and there are borders that are fluid. And so you can have a film that is a historical like Mirza Ghalib, but it also mobilizes the figure of the courtesan in a very strong way. Or Sardari Begum, which can be as a courtesan film, but
Ira is breaking up a bit. Is there some?
And so there are many, many such examples. I mean, maybe I should close the video. That might work, and I'll just present because it's the internet. So
You're clearer now. You're clearer now.
Okay, I'll just keep the video off because that might be better. Okay. So what I'm saying is that I also think that we do need to pay attention to genres and the work that genres do and the way in which genres transform in terms of the ideological projects and in terms of the ideological projects of the day in different moments and times. Of course, some disappear, some reappear, some are weakened, and like the historical, some are reborn. So the allegorical genres like the mythologicals, the historicals, and the devotionals, they are informed by rhetorical and ideological drives, which are obviously very different in different periods. So there's nothing sort of either liberatory or regressive per se about any genre. They can be either, depending on the way in which they are infused with the project of the time, right? So I think that for me, the historicals that were produced, even the devotions that were produced in the anti-colonial pre-independence period, they were different from, obviously, very different from what is being done now. And they were driven by, I mean, I'm talking about the 30s and 40s, they were driven by attempts to define, defend fluid, plural cultural identities. They were also driven by reform initiatives and imaginations of the future. So in these films, the past was deployed to imagine the future. And Ravi has given us 2 examples of that. So I won't elaborate and I won't repeat those. He talked about Santokaram and Pukar. And there are many other examples as well. Now, what is interesting for me is the way in which allegorical forms occupy dual temporalities. They mobilize dual temporalities. The temporality or the time of the time which they speak of. So let's say Tukaram in the 17th century, or Pukar and the the 16th, 17th century. And so that is one time that they invoke, and that time of the past has to be imagined, it has to be constructed, and it has to be this has to be done by drawing upon the imaginaries of the past. So for me, the question of fidelity is not so important, and Ravi has already talked about that, so I'm not going to go into it. But there is a need, because that is how allegory works. There is absolutely a need to create on screen, or if it's a literary form as well. So even the pages of a play or a novel or a poem or whatever, there is a need to create in a full-bodied form, texturally and experientially, what that past might have been. And nobody can say this is what the past was ever. So it's always what the past might have been. And the textures of that, the imaginary of such a moment has to be created. And this is evoked through different kinds of, obviously, material objects, and a lot of research that Ravi has already talked about. I remember Ashutosh telling us how the kind of research that he did in doubling on the Akbarnama to actually understand the kind of costumes, the architecture, etc., etc. So music, dance forms, and all of this are, so that is one moment of time. That's one temporality. And the other temporality that the allegorical form inhabits is, of course, the time of the production of the film. And this it inhabits ideologically. So it's the historicals of the past were invested in an idea of India that was very different from the idea of India that is being circulated today. So, and since Mughal-e-Azam has been mentioned by Professor Mandal, I'd like to use that example to talk about how Mughal-e-Azam, in Mughal-e-Azam, we have an idea of India that has its roots in centuries of pluralism, mutual coexistence of multiple faiths, and the idea of a nation that was equally constituted by Bhakti imaginaries in the bhajans and thumris in praise of Krishna and Ram, as it was by Sufi ideas articulated in the Qawwalis, imbued with conceptions of Sufi conceptions of Ishq. At the same time, Mughal-e-Azam is also a film that spoke to it began in the 40s, and in an anti-colonial moment, it was finally released in 1960. And it's interesting that as a film, for me, it's also about the right to challenge authority, and that the individual has a right to do that. Anarkali sings of her love, Pyar Kiya To Darna Kya. Salim says that he's free to love when he says that his heart is not Hindustan, over which the emperor can claim autocratic rights of rule. And of course, most powerfully, there is Santarash, who, the sculptor, the artist, the poet, who asserts the right and the freedom of intellectuals to critique authority and power and attempt to awaken the authoritarian figures to destructive implications of their actions. And in all of this, the Mughal-e-Azam is quite powerful in evoking a vision of a post-colonial, but also an imagined democratic India. This is, of course, in sharp contrast to the Hindutva historicals that were talked about by, that Salma spoke about and Akshay spoke about this morning. In these, Muslims have been demonized, Hindu and Rajput kings glorified, and the Hindu majoritarian ideological discourse of these films seem to be subverting the ideals upon which the idea of India was formulated, and for which a lot of people struggled and fought for. So the communalized political discourse of the contemporary is something that, and I absolutely take Ravi's invitation to respond to some of these and to continue discussions on them. Now, clearly for me, what are these films doing apart from what they're doing in terms of the ideological discourse. They're also constructing memory in particular ways in order to construct an idea of Hindu India. Now, this brings us to key aspects of memory studies that scholars like Susanna Radstone have explored. And she points out how memory, drawing on other work, of course, how memory is both constituted by events and experience, even as it is constructed by fantasies and political ideologies. So in the former case, as constituted by events, it has the power and the potential to counter official narratives. But as constructions by fantasies and political ideologies, it can also serve official propaganda, which is what we see happening today. So the relationship between history and memory is then a contested one. And if we go back to Freud and his idea of afterwardsness, I mean, there's the German word Nachtraglichkeit, I can't pronounce it properly, but a deferred revision where experiences, impressions, and memory traces are revised at a later date to fit in with fresh experiences or with the attainment of a new stage of development. So then memory can clearly be seen as constructed by later revisions of events which have been worked upon by fantasy and the unconscious. Thus, memory work in both memory is thus both constituted and constructed, and memory and fantasy are intricately related. We see this then at work in the manner in which partition memories are being evoked today by the government, and the play that this gives to the constructions of the past and the constructions of memory. This is enabled by a phenomenon pointed out by Hayden White when he spoke of the 20th century's Holocaustal events that continue to exist in collective psyche, to demonstrate that they cannot be simply forgotten and put out of the mind, but neither can they be adequately remembered. I'm quoting from him, which is to say clearly and unambiguously identified as to their meaning and contextualized in the group memory in such a way as to reduce the shadow they cast over the group's capacities to go into its present and envision a future free of the debilitating effects. So it is this instability of traumatic memory that leads to the politics of memory, quotation from Maureen Turin, that enables the creation and construction of new memories that are malignant, what Richard Turdiman has called the malignancy of the mnemonic. I think this is what we are witnessing today. So how do we then respond in different genres? I mean, one of the ways to respond to this, apart from keeping discussions going, is perhaps to look at some of the work that's coming out today and ask ourselves the question that are there ways in which, even in the historical form, marginalized histories or repressed histories are being called to the fore so that dominant narratives are challenged? I mean, I'm quite intrigued. I haven't yet seen Empire, but I'm quite intrigued by the web series Empire. And we can ask the same question of the Hotstar, of the film, Amazon film, the film Sardar Udham on Amazon, which Sujit has made. So these are histories that are being mobilized today. And it's interesting for me to think about why they're being mobilized and how they're going to be, of course, reception and spectatorship. These are difficult questions, but important to raise this question about Empire and about Sardar Udham and about other examples. And then finally, I think so the question then is, there's the historical and how the historical intervenes in the contemporary. That's one level. But are there other ways of writing histories of the contemporary? And in the wake of Hindutva fantasies of history, are there ways in which we can enter contemporary history? Maybe we need to also move away from the historical genre to other modes that respond to contemporary history, other modes that respond to the contemporary social, in modes of realism and modes that are also melodramatic, and forms that are not the big H, historicals with a big H, but with a smaller H, histories of the present. And I want to particularly mention here films like Dharm, 2007, Shahid, 2013, Mulk, 2018, and Nakash, 2019, just among a few small films that are that I see as cinematic responses to a diseased body politic, in which there is a normalization of the politics of hatred and fear that has, I think, created a serious ontological crisis of the idea of India and its polity today. So I think mobilizing, different kinds of histories, in the way in which Umar has done, in the way in which some of these examples that I've mentioned are doing, are also ways in which we can respond to the historical genre, apart from understanding it, and apart, of course, from continuing conversations about it, which I think are really urgent. And I agree with Ravi that this is a time that we are all of us who are scholars and who are responding to historical questions, we are all called upon to respond to what I actually see as a crisis of the form today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ira. I think that is the whole question of this notion of different configurations of time which have been put together in this more modest terms actually become very important. And so one has a much more dispersed spectrum of efforts, initiatives, which have to be put into play. There was one other thing which struck me, and partially to do with something which I failed to kind of address. One is this whole question of the digital, and what Akshay has actually kind of undertaken as a kind of substantial task, which hopefully will bear fruit. It already sounds very interesting. And obviously this requires extremely intricate ethnographic work to be able to pull this off. I'm thinking of the work of Anand Pandian, for example, who had actually managed to assemble a sense both of the set as it is actually kind of constructed, but also how it is supplemented by actual digital effects, so that you have a complex kind of mixage of forms which are being utilized. But of this type of stuff Akshay referred to, and trying to track a certain aesthetic of this form and how it is put together is obviously very consequential. So I just wanted to flag that. I wanted to flag its other. And I think this also, in a very minor fashion, may come back to what, in a very different fashion, this, coming back to what Ira is saying. Kuhu Tanveer, for example, refers to the way Bollywood has been broken into bits and pieces. So this is the other side. The historians are often fascinated by the question of the fragment and the trace, and how to actually assemble and make sense of an archive which is governed by residuals, things which are just bits and pieces of it are there. This is something else. This is to do with that actually a willing of something into bits and pieces. That I will make, cinema to be possessed by me, will be fragmented by me, circulated by me, memes and GIFs will be put together, irreverence and creativity will be generated, So there is another matrix of kind of media forms and interventions by the contemporary, and I think by new generations, who are actually taking history, if you want, taking historical iconicity, and actually kind of working on it in often very creative and interesting ways. So I was just putting that into play as well as one other dimension. I would now like to invite my friend Madhav Prasad to join us and reflect on the proceedings and any questions he has.
Okay, thank you, Ravi, and thank you to the organizers. Yes, I mean, I think the whole the theme of history in the movies has been quite comprehensively covered, and also cinema as history, has been also covered. And there was, for me, I guess there was overwhelmingly this question, of course, relating to the present, of these films that raise controversy, violent reactions, and so on, which have featured in many of the presentations that I heard. I wanted to sort of, apart from these two dimensions, which are the mainstay of this whole field of cinema and history relationship, which is history in the cinema and cinema as history, as a source for history, for instance, and so on. That there is also, to my mind, another dimension which has featured in many of the presentations, but not, so to speak, for itself, in the sense that not as a conceptualized, thematized sort of problem, but more in relation to other matters. And I want to maybe try and do that. That is, try to bring that into focus. Maybe, see if it has some conceptual sort of potential for a field of inquiry within this, etc. Which is this. I mean, to describe it in simple terms, it's the question of cinema as a historical force in itself, historical social force, the way that other technologies, for instance, have more readily been acknowledged as social forces. We know that when it comes to the question, the forces of production as a concept, technology is a big part of it. I mean, the major thing about it. The technological changes which lead to new kinds of, the need for new production relations, and hence the process of social transformation, which might culminate in revolutions and new structures, social structures, which have parted with the older structures. And so you have this whole idea of a new dominant, right? And so in that sense, what is cinema as both as a cultural technology, a cultural apparatus? What is its role as a force of history that is, in itself something, what kind of effects it has historically? And I think the question has some particular specific sort of interest for us in the Indian context, because it seems to me that this is not a new theme by no means, but it somehow is in the sort of heartland of the Industrial Revolution and so on. There is a kind of situation where everything is going along together, everything is happening together, various developments that of industrial cultures, industrial societies, so that cinema simply comes into, falls into place as one element of several different types of transformations introduced by technology, right? Whereas in India, it seems to me that there's a particular, way in which this idea of cinema as a social force, takes a different, interesting sort of form because of the colonial history and its aftermath. Then, given the nature of that, the way it is introduced into Indian context. Now, I mean, as a possible way of field of inquiry, this is, for instance, cinema as a social force is something which, in one example of it is the whole politics, cinepolitics, which many people have studied, including myself. That's is quite obvious, but I want to refer to something else, which I think is very important and which has a history and which comes right down to the present, And this is the history of what I referred to in the beginning. There is a whole history of this idea that is now widely sort of referred to as herd sentiments, right, of people. Now, what has that got to do with cinema? Right? And one way that we can, throughout the 20th century, you have seen that there have been repeated sort of conflicts arising from cinematic images circulating. And that's one area where I want to suggest that this kind of power, the social force quality of the cinema manifests itself in the Indian context by putting into circulation images, so functioning somewhat like a currency, a coinage, which seems, which sort of encroaches upon and which seems to alienate from communities something of that they consider their own, merely by the fact that these representations circulate, like money, right? They seem to sort of it's somewhat akin to the way that money, as we know, the way that money disrupts community life. When money becomes not just something which merchants use to make trade between two different static communities, where the merchants are the ones who move around and they are the ones, the money circulates with them. Something similar in the Indian context you find going on in this whole way in which in the early days of cinema you find, for instance, in the Indian Cinematograph Committee's reports, the witnesses, etc. Repeated problems arising from different communities having some objection to to some image or the other, right? Something that they feel somehow violates the community's integrity and seems to take something away from them, and or cause offense because the image doesn't violates some sacred principle and so on. So the difference between those early examples and what is going on today is that in those days there was this sense of a third person, an authority, an extraneous authority, to whom communities which lived side by side would complain. So there was this appeal to a judge on this matter, and the appeal would then be, so I mean, we know the history of censorship and other things during that era. The censorship, apart from censorship in the big cities, there was also this kind of district magistrates had the powers to determine local needs as far as, determining what films might be shown, what might not be shown in particular districts or, smaller areas like that. So it seems that this is apart, where it emerges from, to my mind, is actually the very nature of the cinematic image as currency, as something that circulates. It's not necessarily, I think we do understand this problem as a problem of content which is offensive to some community or another. But I think beyond this, that kind of content-based objections, there is something far more fundamental, which basically is emerging because of the circulation of images, which is more which has emerged in the context of capitalist economies, but which has been introduced into a society which has not undergone capitalist transformation. So in other words, there is one element of an entire industrial culture which when introduced in this space seems to sort of create disruptions, violations of communities that were until then secure in their own spaces with their particular leaders, etc. Now, even the formation of those smaller public spheres, in India. I mean, when we speak about public spheres, there's a lot of references to literary and other kinds of the elite public spheres. But I think there is also this metropolitan public cultures, which mainly in the big cities, which which is the target of these objections raised, because it seems that is the threat of their arising a kind of denomination-free public, precisely by poaching on these communities and so on. So a kind of process which seems to me is akin to and very much a part of this, the advent of capitalism, industrial culture. But so in its continuation, cinema, it seems to me, the entire history of these herd sentiments has coincided with the cinema itself throughout and in fact, if I can cite some of these cases in between, things like Samskara and other Chikkaveera, Rajendra, etc. There's always this this difference that there are novels published. They don't really cause much ripples. Nobody seems to raise great objections. But when there's a film made of it, that's when it actually becomes a public issue, protests and violent reactions arise. So I mean, I'm just putting forth a 10-minute sort of idea of one of the instances of what which serve as an example, apart from the other political one, of this kind of inquiry which one might conduct into cinema functioning as a social force and functioning differently in, say, in the Indian context, and the reasons for why it functions differently, what then is to be said for the ways that communities reacted in those days. The difference between those days and today is that in those days, these were very localized objections. They were not, it was not a national thing. It was very localized, and the objections were raised in relation to neighboring communities. So it may have been, say, a Hindu or a Muslim, but not in the name of all Hindus and all Muslims, but locally, to this, or to referring to the communities that they lived with. Whereas today, it's become these objections are raised in the name of a national, but there is a continuity. So in other words, though the frame of reference has expanded, it is it continues to have those qualities, which the early days of cinema sort of the responses in those days. Something of that is retained. So in that sense, it seems that the cinema has introduced some kind of disruption which the Indian societies are unable to absorb, right? They are not, we are not able to sort of tame this. So it remains some like an alien force constantly impinging on various kinds of communal identity questions and so on. Yeah, so I'll just stop there. This is just an idea that I thought I would introduce, as another dimension of the cinema history relation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhav. Yeah, I think that is very helpful. And obviously in the contemporary, I mean, this whole question about whether there is a specific authority to turn to, or whether a different configuration of articulation of hurt and mobilization and of hurt is happening in the new media context of social media circulation, etc. There's some recalibration, but I'm sure there will be responses. And thank you for introducing that train of thought. May I now invite Uma Chakravarti to respond to the proceedings? Uma, are you there? Okay, if Uma is not immediately available.
I'm here.
Okay, good.
Yes, well, I'll provide you with some light entertainment. Okay, no, well, I've been thinking about some of the things that were said, and I mean, over the 3 days.
May we see you, Uma?
Yeah, sure. I don't know why it's not coming. Yeah, it's there. So I'm not going to, I've actually been thinking a little based on the 3 days of deliberations and the dominance of the films. I mean, the discussion has focused, has centered a lot around the huge historicals that have been assembled and which have been controversial because there is a political agenda in constructing narratives, particularly of Marathas and of Rajputs in a certain kind of way, and that is tying in with the agenda of the Hindutva agenda in creating a certain notion of history. It's actually quite important that they will focus on that very medieval India, which is the one that is giving them the biggest trouble in terms of writing in a serious way. So, these huge mega spectacles that they've created, which definitely have they're meant to be they're meant to impact people in a certain kind of way. And perhaps they are impacting them in a certain kind of way too. But I just wanted to move a little bit away to other things that are happening as we watch films. And I draw a little bit from my own cinema going. I mean, I'm actually not a cinema scholar at all. I've been a cinema watcher, quite fixated on seeing films right from the time I was small. And I'm struck by the memory that I have of films, which actually are completely denuded of the totality of the film that one has viewed and has remained in my head in little fragments. So I'm just going to throw a few things out here, and before I come to one film which is a historical and which actually nobody is seriously engaged with, and that is Razia, but I'll come to that at the end. So how do I, from the time I was very small, I think I was taken to cinema, and I want to actually talk about the cinema going. We haven't thought about that at all in history. Who went to see films? What did they see? Even at the time of, say, films like Tukaram and so on, who was going to the films, and what was the relationship of the audience to the films they were watching, especially where we have not focused on them as having a certain kind of way in which they were meant to be, maybe designed to be read and were read at the time, but may also have been left with only partial way in which those films have remained in the heads of people. And I'll explain to you. So let's begin with a film called like Tansen. I think it was one of the earliest films I ever saw. I don't know how I was taken to it, but it was, and this cinema going public is interesting because why are they going in? How are they going and seeing films? And in my case, often I think we were taken by our mother, who must have been just seeking relief from the fact that she had 7 children and somehow she needed to get out of that situation. But she took us to a lot of good films also. And so in a strange way, that there was the housewife as the viewer, but it also had its consequences as far as children were concerned. And we all became we were all drawn into watching cinema. But then even as we became drawn to watching cinema, what is it that remained in the memory as I look back on those years? So in Tansen, actually, there are only 2 fragments that I can recall. And these are both, they are central, I suppose, to the narrative, but they are basically the 2 songs. And the songs are when Tansen is asked to sing in order to awaken the dying daughter of the emperor. Akbar is given a daughter, which I don't know, I at least don't recall reading about that in history, but there is in the film, Akbar's daughter is dying, and Tansen is called to sing, and he sings Rag Deepak, which then heats up the girl, the dying child, and she then recovers. But because it has been so forceful, the singing, it also means that Tansen is burning from within, because he's evoked Rag Deepak with the fires from within himself. And he's absolutely parched, and there is no water for some reason, I can't remember. But it is parched finally by his beloved, who sings Malhar, and when she sings Barasure, and this is Khurshid. So actually, all I remember of Tansen are these 2 songs. And the 2 have remained in my head as powerful. And these are songs that would have come on the radio afterwards also. So it's like, actually, the song is a very important element of what stays in the memory of the viewer. And I think that's one thing that I would like to sort of flag. And in a strange, idiotic way, the idiocy of the songs would also cut down the logic of the historical film that you were making. So I remember seeing some literally rubbishy film on, I think, Chandragupta Maurya. And it was, in a typical fashion, we are told in the sources that after the war between Seleucus and Chandragupta, it is cemented with a marriage alliance. Now, it doesn't say who married whom and what was the relationship. But because India doesn't give its daughters to foreigners, it is imported that it is the storyline develops a character called Helen, who is becomes part of the entourage, if I'm not mistaken, of Chandragupta Maurya. And there's a crazy situation. All I remember is this absolutely crazy, which offended me even at that stage, which was these are beloveds and they're singing, and the song is "Tu tadpe wahan, main tadpu yahan, ek beech mein diwar hai." Now that's all I remember of this thing, but it would completely denude Chandragupta Maurya of this fantastic hero that we have constructed, of this completely hard chap, always surrounded by his female guards because he feared being assassinated and so on. So actually, in reality, what the sources might tell you and the way in which the film constructs it is completely, if I may say, and reduced to its bits. Is it gives you a completely different message, at least as it stays in the head of its audience. So it's actually in that sense that I'm thinking, how should we think about the song? But for me, a lot of films, I only remember them as songs. So there's the famous patriotic films in the form of Shaheed, for instance, Dilip Kumar, Ramesh Sehgal's film. And all I remember is Watan ki raah mein watan ke naujawan shaheed ho, and that's that last frame in which the body of the martyred patriot is being taken out. And I can't remember anything else of the film except the fact that there was a storyline and a plot in which there are the father of the hero is a collaborator with the British. So again, it's only the song that has stayed in my memory. Equally, if there was the famous Samadhi, which was made on Azad Hind Forge. And again, the only thing I remember, and it had Ashok Kumar and Nalini Jayant. And again, all I can remember is that song, which has nothing to do with the Azad Hind Forge at all. And it's Gore Gore O Banke Chore, and it's drag. It's a performance that's taking place to entertain the soldiers. And there is Kuldeep, what's her name? Kuldeep Kumari or whatever, along with Nalini Jayant. They are singing the song, twirling umbrellas and whatever it is. And that's, again, the only thing I can remember. And of course, the Indian soldiers are shown as being heavily entertained by this performance. So it's as idiosyncratic as that, the reduction of a whole film to a song that stays in your head. Now, so in a sense, I want to bring a note of what's it called? Take it in a different direction, which is what stays in the memory of the viewer. So is it the ideological thrust that we are trying to put into the film, or is it actually bits and pieces and fragments, which may not actually make up for that whole? This is not to say that I don't think that it's not important for us to understand what is happening in the agenda-based films on, the Rajputs and so on. But I'm just wondering what actually is the import of this in the long run in terms of an ideologically coherent message. That's all I'd say over there. Now, a little more focused discussion on the only historical film that I watched with any seriousness was because I was asked to review it by my friends at Manushi. Ruth asked me to go in. They used to have a column in Manushi on film reviews, and I was bullied into going and seeing Razia Sultan. I don't like Hema Malini one bit, but I did go and watch the film. And then I was very outraged. I was so outraged that I wrote a sort of very sharp review of the film. And of course, I was criticizing it for the fact that it had completely distorted even the little, I'm not a medieval scholar, but even the little medieval text that I had read and the historian that I had read indicated that this was a complete takeoff. And of course, in like, you'll all see that there's and I suppose Ira will agree with this, but there is that Islamic, I suppose it's that Islamicate film, which actually is mounted in a certain kind of way. And it is meant, I mean, it's meant to be spectacular. It's meant to be about, whatever it is. So Razia is constructed here. And this is our friend Kamal Amrohi, who actually turns the Razia story into a Laila Majnu story. At heart, everybody in India, every political film in India wants to tell a Laila Majnu. It's a love story. It's a Laila Majnu story that they have to bring in, and somehow they have to fit the segments into this. So there's Yaqut and Razia, who are converted into characters where the main part of the film is actually about their love story, and the band, I mean, that is the boundary line between the Abyssinian slave or whoever he is, what kind of, I mean, he certainly has a non-Indian dimension to him in the way it's constructed. And the film is then edited to be, and I admittedly say edited, because there was a scene in it in which Parveen Babi and Hema Malini are in a kind of bubble bath together, which actually never featured in the main film. It's there on the internet version, and it's quite interesting because it's suggesting a kind of erotic relationship between the women, and that doesn't feature in the final version of the film. So what does the final version of the film deal with? It has Razia, the Empress of India, and she's essentially the core of the story is this relationship with Yaqut. The fact that she was the only sovereign, I think, perhaps in the Islamic world to inherit at a certain point of time, inherit the throne over her brothers, is something that completely disappears, because she is reduced to this person who it's not even clear why she's wielding power, why she is the queen. And though she makes a political marriage, she fights tooth and nail to keep her emperorship in the actual medieval story. She is here given a line in which she says, "Ye shahinshahi libas ek kafan hai, isko utar ke main phek दूंगी," which is literally like women should. It's like the one time that a woman has inherited political power is being turned into a person who's throwing away that power, who's actually saying that it has buried me as a person. And in the end, all I remember again in that film is that they die. There's very little reference to the fact that there's no reference to the fact that she actually makes a political marriage with Altunia. And with Altunia, she comes back to try and recover the throne of Delhi, and she dies in that process, which is what we get from the story as it is recounted in the different versions in the medieval historians' accounts. So here, and that last frame is the one that stays. They both died, but Yaqut is there. It's not Altunia, and they are sort of in a sense mounted on the horses going off into the clouds. So Jannat ja rahe hain, I suppose, together, and wahan pe wo ikathe rahenge. And so the whole travesty, it was so outrageous that I remember writing a very sharp review, and it ended with, it was interesting. It was, if you look at the reality of the tomb of Razia, she lies, the only empress of India, lies in a sort of neglected little quadrangle, which hardly anyone knows about. I don't think very many people, even in Delhi, have gone and seen this tomb. And it's so sad because it's completely constructed around. And this is not that I want to memorialize the emperors or whatever it is, but it is striking that this is what she gets. And I remember ending the film and saying, ending my review and saying, if you fight for the throne and die fighting, you get this tomb. And if you die, on the other hand, if you die producing the 14th child for the emperor, you get the Taj Mahal. So, it's really as gross as that in terms of its representation of the relationship between women and political power. And so I was obviously very outraged. But then young students from Jamia did a documentary, made a documentary on Razia. And they did a very interesting job because they went back to the area where the tomb is. They went back to other areas that are described as places where there is a memory and historical memory of Razia having been in those areas. So in fact, it's not even clear whether this is the real tomb or there's some other place where she's actually buried, and that's somewhere perhaps in either Haryana or in Punjab. So at the end, and there are people around in that courtyard that I was talking about, that sad-looking courtyard, who also remember Razia in a certain kind of way. So the documentary actually unraveled all of that, which is the running memory of people in different parts of the areas that are associated with Razia. And so that's also there. That's a reality. So at the end of the day, who is remembering? I'm not sure who remembers Razia. Kamal Amrohi is Razia, and the distortions that I felt so violently offended by. And I remember saying at that time, that historians should take this seriously. But no historian, to my mind, at that point was exercised in one way or the other. So in a sense, what is offensive? What is a distortion of history? What is the agenda of constructing it? In this case, it was clearly a sort of almost an attempt to say women and political power don't go together. And so this is the consequence. And it's not because the nobles congregate and ensure that she's thrown out of power, but it's the relationship with this so-called slave that is actually the reason for the violence that she receives. So if you're talking about history and historical sources and historical narratives, and then what the film does to it, and who is making the film and what is he doing with it, is, I think, questions that we could think about, and also think about what stays in the end. Maybe these stories, alternative stories that people have all around, which is part of their social memory or their historical memory. So I would just leave it at that.
So thank you. That was really wonderful to listen to. And there were two spectators, two Umas. There's a Uma at approximate between age 5 and 9, who actually had a fragmenting memory of film experience. K.L. Sehgal and Kursi and all that. And then there's the mature feminist film critic who has been sent out on a mission. And actually, her misfortune is that she remembers that film in its entirety and in its ideological function. And this is another spectator who has opened up in this space. But actually, quite seriously, I think this is a very important point you're making about memory, about what is remembered, the fragments which actually carry and hold, and why, because that becomes significant, I would expect. And of course, this relation of the song obviously is critical to the way in which something circulates, is replenished in life, in memory and in life. And almost contingently, as you were speaking, the guru of intermedia and radio has arrived. So Ravikant, after Anirudh Deshpande, will certainly come in, I'm sure. The timing was extraordinary. I didn't understand how that happened.
But the question I have is, did he listen to me or did he not? Because he doesn't bother to listen to me.
No. That's another story.
Last bit, last 10 minutes.
Okay, we now thank you very much, Uma. That was really important, I think, what you've introduced there. Anirudh, can you please come in?
Yeah, thank you, Ravi. And actually, so much has been said already. It's been a very long webinar, even by webinar standards. And such a great variety of topics related to cinema, history, memory, collective memory, social memory, individual memory. It has been a very widespread, a very rich discussion. I've been present in most of the sessions. Some of the sessions I had to miss because of usual, problems and so on. And I don't really know how to sum up things or how to even comment on this, because you see, like Uma, who's spoken before me, I'm not primarily a film expert or a cinema studies person, if something like that exists, first of all. And I think as far as cinema studies are concerned, Ira has already spoken about them. And, these people from the School of Arts and Aesthetics and Cinema Studies departments, cinema history departments and so on, they have a certain vocabulary in which they express themselves. I feel quite jealous of them because for historians, it's a very learning experience. At the same time, it gives them a little complex about not knowing as much about cinema as they should. But then cinema is not their forte to begin with. So there is this, number one deployment of certain categories and certain languages, certain vocabularies in which cinema is understood by the cinema expert. It's about technique, it's about production and reproduction, it's about filming in general, it's about imagery, the analysis of that imagery, and so on and so forth. What I would like to talk about is cinema and its relationship with the historian, who is primarily not a cinema historian, but who is a cinema buff like I am. Since my childhood, I have loved cinema of all kinds. Of late, I've started watching documentaries with greater interest, but the feature film has always been a great favorite. And thankfully, in the last few years, with the advent of the OTT platforms like Netflix and Amazon and Mubi and so on, a large body of cinema is available to us. And we don't have to go to the cinema halls. We can sit in the comfort of our living rooms or bedrooms, wherever, and watch them. And if you want to watch them, you can even watch them on your cell phones while you're traveling and so on. So all these things have brought cinema very close to people, and they have made cinema. By cinema, I mean all kinds of cinema. It could be documentaries, it could be TikTok, it could be YouTube videos, it could be educational programs, it could be entertainment, anything for that matter, anything which is film, anything which is cinema, which passes as the audiovisual medium. These things have become part and parcel of everyday life. They have become more integral to life than they used to be in the 70s and 80s. So this technological revolution and the simultaneous technological revolution in cinema making, film making, which makes the event far more dramatic for the current consumer of cinema than it used to be in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. So things have really changed. Some people are skeptical of this. I'm not one of those. I feel that there are possibilities, like all situations have possibilities for the historian. And I'm very happy to, I was very happy to hear Ravi say right in the beginning that, there's no point in trashing what appears to us as trash in the name of history, which is being produced by Bollywood or by the Hindi serials on television, like Rana Pratap, or you have so many of them. Usually on some channel or the other, there's some fantasy which is being passed off as history. And there's, I think, a point has come when we've actually stopped interacting with them and we've stopped commenting on them because it makes no difference to anybody. But Ravi has rightly pointed out that that at least if it's there and it's widely watched, it at least opens up the field for discussing history, and it actually, what I would say, it actually expands the role of what we have started calling, or we have actually started calling from the 1990s, 80s onwards, the historian as a public historian, the historian who intervenes on social media through reviews and comments and commentaries, and of course as participants in seminars and webinars on cinema and so on. So at least if that is happening, even if cinema is portraying history as myth, even that leads to a debate, and I think that debate can lead to lots of students and lots of lay observers of cinema into researching those subjects and trying to find for themselves the difference between myth and reality as far as history is concerned. So even if garbage is piling up, it actually creates the job of a constant garbage clearance before more garbage piles up. And this debate goes on between garbage and cleanliness, and between fact and fiction, and keeps the historians busy, in fact. Gives us something to work on, gives us something to, makes our lives more interesting. So that's one part of the story. The other part of the story, which I'm going to come to, and I'm not going to speak very long because plenty of things have already been said about cinema, memory, history, and so on. There's 3 or 4 people who have spoken before me have actually delivered very extensive presentations on these issues, and there's nothing much to say, in fact, but let me talk a little bit about how I see history. I see cinema as a history professor who uses cinema in his courses. For instance, when I teach the rise of British power in India, I do make my students, I keep a particular, towards the end of the semester, I have about 3 or 4 days kept especially for watching films, and then we might watch films like Shatranj Ke Khiladi to understand the context of the 1857 mutiny and the annexation of Awadh better, make them sensitive towards these issues. Not necessarily in the sense that Shatranj Ke Khiladi is a historical story. It's a mythological story. It is based on Premchand's very famous short story, and filmed by the master Ray. But it does lead students to, it does sensitize students to what things might have been like in Awadh in 1856, 55, during the times of Wajid Ali Shah and so on. Similarly, I make them watch Shah Benegal's Junoon, which I think is it's one of the great historical movies India has made. Of course, with all its problems, because all films have problems. But Junoon, of course, that is also a commentary. It's a historical commentary on how matters were conducted in India in 1857, and what possibly led to the defeat of the rebels in 1857, and how did they lose Delhi and so on. And that, of course, is again based on a story by Ruskin Bond, Flight of Pigeons. And but it's a very evocative film, and I make my students watch it, and then we have a discussion on the film, and then we try to connect that discussion on the film with our discussion about the various themes related to 1857, which we debate in our classrooms. Similarly, while I teach the course on fascism and Nazism, I make them watch a large number of war movies in general, to sensitize them to what are possibly the realities of war. And one film which I always make them see is Wills Meyer's Stalingrad of 1993, a film which I mentioned in my short presentation earlier, and of course other movies as well. So I'm aware of the fact that cinema history cannot exactly be the kind of document, source-based history, hard evidence-based history which the historian writes. And I would like to quote, John Tosh on this and the relationship between the historian and social memory. It's very clearly he says that academic history can be regarded as a form of memory, in that it provides society with the best available record of past experience. But that does not mean that no distinction should be made between history and other forms of memory, in which I would include cinema. Now, social memory or collective memory refers to the stories and assumptions about the past that illustrate or account for key features of the society we know today. Out of the limitless stock of recoverable knowledge about the past, social memory prioritizes material that validates cultural values or political loyalties in the present, sometimes in the teeth of available evidence about the past. We have seen a lot of clips and heard a lot about this in the discussions which have happened in this seminar. So the difference between collective memory or social memory constructed like that on the basis of myths or folklore or what people like to believe, or identity politics for that matter, and academic history is very clear. Academic history, on the other hand, insists on two key principles: that the study of the past should not simply mirror our own preoccupations. I may have a personal history. One would like to make a film about oneself or XYZ whom one likes or one feels is important. But that does not mean that that particular story is academically as salient or as important as the person would like, a person would like it to be believed about, and so on. So academic history, on the other hand, insists on two key principles: that the study of the past should not simply mirror one's own preoccupations, but should pay special attention to what is different and remote from our experience. And that all historical interpretation should be rigorously tested against the evidence. In short, both the standards and the social role of the discipline of history depend on its standing apart from social memory. History must, to sum it up, history must have a critical relationship with social memory. You can look at folklore, or you can look at mythology, or you can look at stories, or you can look at popular mentality, whatever. You can look at all the oral traditions or oral history for that matter. But while looking at all these things, the academic historian must be critically aware of the fact that there is a crucial difference between his discipline and these other ways of remembering the past. Because if that difference is not understood or not realized by the critical historian, then the very discipline of the practicing historian, the very scientific, the very practice of history as a scientific discipline will come into jeopardy. So, but these distinctions do not mean that other forms of memory are of no consequence to historians. Historians today are keenly interested in two forms of memory: collective representations of the past as they circulate in popular culture are one focus of interest. The other is the memories of individuals about their own lifetime, often solicited by the historian, and filmmakers keep doing that because there's a lot of biopics and a lot of biographies which are being done by filmmakers. And each of these strikes a different balance between authentic recall and the remodeling of memory after the event. Each in different ways demonstrates the immense cultural significance of the remembered past. So cinema is one way in which collective memory or individual memory is placed at the disposal of the receiver of cinema. And when I talk about history in cinema, or the historical, as it were, with my students. I tend to follow what Raymond Williams used to say about culture in general. And in that sense, I try to tell my students that when you look at a film, I mean, there was a time when historical films were referred to as windows into the past, as if you were sitting in a window and the camera just took you into the past, and that is how the panning used to happen. I mean, if you look at the beginning of Mughal-e-Azam, it begins with this huge map of India, and it's almost as if you are entering the Mughal period through the lens of the camera, and you are being transported to a different time altogether. And then you become a spectator to that time. You are inside that time, but at the same time you are conscious of the fact that you are not in that time. So both these things coexist. So when you come out of the cinema hall, you realize that you were not in that time. But as long as you're inside the cinema hall and the camera has got you fixed on that time, you feel that's the power of the camera, power of the cinematograph, and the technique of filmmaking. But to the history student, I tell very clearly, to my students, I tell very clearly that, see, at the end of the day, don't forget that cinema is it's a commodity. That the cinema is produced almost in the same way as a book is produced, a book of history or sociology or social sciences, or any other book or any other cultural artifact or a cultural commodity is produced. Don't forget that to the cinema making process, not only is money important, which is where the producer comes in. Without direction and editing, no cinema is possible, because nobody can show you the unedited hours of film. All films are carefully edited films, carefully produced sculptures, as it were. After all the essentials or inessentials, according to the directors, have been taken out. That without a good script, there is no good cinema possible. So there are script writers, screenplay writers. If the cinema is based on, if the particular film is based on a novel or a story, then obviously the nuances of the novel and the story have to be adhered to by the filmmaker, or at least changed in the interest of the medium. So it's like an industrially produced commodity. So
Anirudh, sorry to interrupt. Can you wind up in a couple of minutes? Others some time.
Just a minute, just 1 or 2 minutes, and I'll wind up the whole thing. So that's one thing I tell my students, that don't forget that. So don't take it literally. I mean, and never take it uncritically. Whether you feel that it's historical cinema or social cinema, which is also historical in some sense, because in my view also I feel, I mean, all films are narratives. All films are narratives, and all films keep referring to the past, either of families or individuals and so on. In that sense, they may be personal histories or family histories and so on. So these are the few things which I tell my students to do as a historian. Of course, we don't have that language in which film experts like you or Ira speak. But then, as historians, we can't escape cinema. So it is best to strike up a creative and critical dialogue with cinema wherever possible, and watch as much cinema as possible, because there are certain kinds of cinemas. And I'll just wind up now. Let me give you an example of a very, very good 3-part documentary produced by, let's say, Fernando Solanas, the Argentinian documentary maker who made this wonderful documentary, The Hour of the Furnaces, in 1968, which is a very compressed, it's a kind of compressed capsule in which the entire modern history of South America is told and narrated very beautifully and very politically, very sharply. So if students who are not aware of the history of South America watch this film, they may be stimulated to read more about South American history. They may be stimulated to read more about imperialism, colonialism, Spanish rule, intervention of the United States, and so on and so forth. Similarly, if somebody looks at watches the Narcos series carefully, then there's a lot of stimulation to do research. So cinema, not only as a product of not only as an industrial product of a society, not only as a political product or a political event which is made to happen, but cinema also as a stimulant to research and go and then start the process of going back and forth between documentary history and cinematic history to develop a better understanding of how history is unfolding right in front of us on the screen and off the screen. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Anirudh. And we have about a scheduled time. We're meant to close at 3:30. I leave that to the organizers to decide on that, but I would invite other participants in the seminar to make their observations or comments or questions. I can't see anyone immediately. Yeah. Yes, Moidul Islam, please.
Yeah, I had this question on the first day, but I couldn't ask Professor Nezari. One is this, this question is regarding the so-called genre of the Muslim social and this whole Islamic culture. Now, I mean, it seems that the historical films, particularly focusing on Muslim characters. So most of the Muslim characters are either emperors or feudal landlords. And we have very less films. I don't know whether there is any popular film where a historical film, largely within the genre of Muslim social, where you have a Muslim peasant or a Muslim artisan, which is of course significant population of Muslim community, just like any other community in India. India is largely a peasant country. So why is it that even during the Nehruvian period, the 50s, 60s, or if you say post-Nehru 70s, or even 80s, you see Umrao Jan and all, you have the Muslim characters celebrated only as Nawabs or emperors, but hardly the Muslim commoner is missing. So why is it so? I don't have any answer. Of course, it's a very misrepresentation of the entire Muslim community. Largely in India, Muslims are socioeconomically deprived, subaltern community. And huge sections of Muslims are actually artisans or, very menial small traders or peasants. Yeah.
I could, anyone could answer that. I'm sure Ravikant and Ira would both be. Well, shall we ask Ravikant because he hasn't spoken? Ira, and then you can come in. How about that?
Yeah, sure.
No, I think there are more films that can be termed as Muslim social, and there are films that do not necessarily deal with only the Nawabs and the kings and the queens, you see. Have you seen a film called Saudagar, which is, based on a Bengali story? It's the story of a toddy tapper, right? Who marries twice and exploits, Nutan, is in a kind of exploitative relationship with Nutan, and she feels, this thing, and so she, and Padma Khanna, there's this triangular relationship. Similarly, there are untouchable stories in Muslim households told on film screen. I have mentioned it in one of my essays. I can, share the information with you. But there are several films. The point that, when partition historiography was, being rewritten, my Guruji Gyan Pandey mentioned in a footnote that there are hardly any films on partition. Now we know there are so many films on partition.
No, there is Garam Hawa.
As the YouTube archive, right, explodes after uploads, right? So Ira Bhaskar has to come up with another volume on Islamic hate cultures. And obviously she's going to bring out a whole lot of more evidence about Islamic hate, as we can actually talk about Hindu socials in Pakistan. Have you seen a film called Mausikar. It's available on YouTube. Go and watch it. You'll wonder why is there so much Braj Bhasha being spoken in a Pakistani film. So we don't really know. I mean, this is what I'll say just initially, but I may react to several other things later. Thanks.
I have to say something.
But we must have the expert. Anirudh, you have to have the
Yeah,
expert.
of course. After the expert.
Ravikant has already mentioned different kinds of films, but my direct answer to you is that, you know, the classic Muslim social, when I say the classic Muslim social, I mean the genre that began in the 1940s, early 40s, and that went on till the late 60s, you know, in that of industrial cinema, there was a focus on, I mean, it is one of the elements.
Ira, switch off the video. Ira, switch off the video.
Yeah. Okay. One of the elements of the genre was actually a focus on Muslim aristocracy. So, I mean, it was actually there, and it was up to the New Wave. And it was during the New Wave moment. Initially, of course, when the genre began in the early 40s, there were middle-class stories. There were stories of the laboring class. There's a film called Naukar, for instance, which Manto wrote. And there are other films, you know, Taane Wale Ki Ladki, who falls in love with a Iron Smith. You know, there are films like that. But very soon it stabilized into this Muslim aristocracy kind of a mode. And where a very interesting relationship between the aristocracy and the middle classes is being kind of negotiated, you know, and the whole questions of the aristocracy, a decadent aristocracy, and professionalization that is important for the community in order to progress, etc. In the new wave moment, and one film has already been mentioned, Gaman, you know, Muzaffar Ali's Gaman, and also his Anjuman, for instance. So these are films about, you know, ordinary people. You know, Anjuman is about, you know, women who are workers, who work, who do chicken embroidery, and Gaman is about a taxi driver and, you know, their relationship. So a lot of the, I mean, I don't want to go into it, but there are other films that have Muslim protagonists that are not necessarily generically coded as a Muslim social. But you have, I mean, even a film like Coolie, for instance, you know, is a very, very interesting film in the mainstream and there are so many films that Ravikant has pointed out. So, but the you know, the Nawab business is actually a choice made during the early 40s for various reasons, and to create a kind of coherence and stability to the genre. So, but this of course requires a lot more work. So, just say that.
Yeah. Anyone?
So two more films I want to mention. One is Neend Hamari, Khwaab Tumhare. There is another film which is about untouchability. There's another film in which Prithviraj Kapoor plays this Nawab, but it's not just a Nawabi story, but a degeneration of the Nawabi household. It's called Asman Mahal.
Yeah.
So there are several films that we still need to dig out, and I'm sure there's more to.
See there, Ravi, with your permission, you know, I just have to say something about, I mean, I used to be very fond of Muslim socials once upon a time before I started looking at them as, you know, a media of the reification of Muslims. So, you know, how did the Muslim socials portray Muslims in general? The usual Muslim who was portrayed in the Muslim social was somebody from, you know, Lucknow, who spoke chaste Urdu. And Muslims in the Muslim socials were all very fond of ghazals and, you know, shero shairi, and everybody would, at the drop of a hat, recite couplets from various shura. So there's a certain stereotyping of the Muslims in the Muslim socials also. of course, even that stereotyping then finally in the 80s and 90s began to give way to another stereotyping, which is the Muslim as the terrorist in general, or Muslim as the suspicious sort of character who
Also the gangster.
Gangster and gangster then metamorphoses into a very extremely crude sort of somebody who wears that Arab scarf and who has that iconic AK-47 in hand and who goes berserk shooting people and planting bombs and so on. And of course, and even in films where special police officers were shown fighting these Muslims, if a Muslim character had to be inserted, then he had to be quote unquote the good Muslim, like the Muslim character, the Muslim junior of Amir Khan in that film Sarfarosh, who defines when he's approached by the terrorists to join them, he says that you people don't understand the meaning of Musalman. Who is a Musalman? What is Islam? What is Iman and all those things. So there is a certain stereotyping of the Muslim. The Muslim, number one, all Muslims have done PhDs in Urdu. All Muslims can understand, read and write Urdu Shairi. And all Muslims are either D-class nobility who have fallen into bad days and so on. So if you look at most of these films, Mehboob Ki Mehndi, or you look at a film like Mere Huzur, these are the last Muslim socials which were being made in India. Of course, then there was the Muslim social which focused only on the marriage issues, which was made in the early 80s. It was called Nikah, which was, I think, which focused particularly on divorce and so on. So you have, Muslim socials have been critiqued for portraying, number one, stereotyping Muslims in a particular way, and then locating the Muslims by and large in North India, Northwestern India, and so on. So you never have the category of, let's say, the Tamil Muslim or the Kannadiga Muslim or the Maharashtrian Muslim and so on and so forth. All those things are not shown in these Muslim socials at all. And
I completely agree with you. The strange thing is that most of the Muslims in India do not speak Urdu. It is actually your Bengali Muslim, your Assamese Muslim, and your Malayali Muslim.
But Bollywood gives you the exact opposite of this,
Exactly.
As if all Muslims, and that ultimately what I feel that feeds into the anti-Muslim rhetoric and the rhetoric of Urdu equals Muslim, Urdu equals Musalman, Urdu equals Pakistan kind of logic, which starts. See, the moment, even in today's films, if you see, Hindi very quickly gives way to Urdu the moment a Muslim character is introduced in the script. So if you have the pseudo-Pakistani officers speaking to each other or speaking in a language designed to, deployed while they're attacking India or planning to attack India, suddenly there is chaste Urdu which comes into the picture. So this association of the Muslim with Urdu, an association of the Muslim with Sherwani, Achkans, and the kind of clothes which they are made to wear, which Muslims, I never saw Muslims in Turkman Gate actually dressed like that, unless on very special occasions. The Muslims I saw in Turkman Gate were Muslims with lungis and, banyans and t-shirts who were, basically, they were tongawalas or, kebab makers and so on and so forth. So this is all, and this became palatable also in the sense most of the Indians, especially the non-Muslim Indians, and I think some Muslims also began to believe the same thing about themselves. So most of the non-Muslim Indians began to actually absorb all these things subconsciously, and all that ultimately fed into the othering of the Muslim in Indian society. So that way the Muslim social has done more damage to the social fabric of the country than actually. How many Muslim socials actually can you compare with what Ravikant was saying when he mentioned Asman Mahal, which is also a story of the D-class nobility, or the excellent partition film Garam Hawa, which I wouldn't call a Muslim social in that same category.
Okay, I think we've got a few minutes left, and I will invite Professor Mandal to have the last few words before I wind up the whole session. Okay.
I actually wanted to make a correction to Professor Deshpande about the film Sarfarosh, which I was part of. The Muslim character who speaks the dialogue which he's mentioning was of the minority in the police force. It wasn't Amir Khan, it was another person. And I think that line was made deliberately to emphasize the fact that, in fact, a minority in the police force could also speak his mind up to the majority, even though he was a senior officer.
No, I never said Amir Khan speaks that.
He didn't say that.
I didn't say that. I said Mukhi is the fellow, the actor who actually plays that role, the tall police inspector who is a junior of, who is in the team of Amir Khan. So I never said that Amir Khan speaks that dialogue.
Okay, I think I will have to wind up the proceedings because it is now 3:30. Is that right, Sagar? Sagar, are you there?
Sir, we can go on for 10 or 15 minutes more.
Okay, fine. But I will also invite various people who are angsting about Bollywood to please visit Malayalam cinema and get a different kind of take on everything, or everything which has been said just now. About you'll have a nice time. It'll be refreshing. Please kind of move southwards. Check it out.
Tamil cinema also.
Tamil cinema, but Malayalam cinema, extraordinary. Extraordinary. The key actor is Fahad Fazil. He's actually a Renaissance figure in Kerala. He's part of a film dynasty also, but he's actually kind of every year, 2 or 3 films a year, just kind of remapping what it is to make movies today.
No, but actually, apart from that, and if we were to move away a little bit from the classic historical that we've been discussing, Tamil cinema also needs to be visited from the point of view of the caste question. And there's been such a slew of films that have been made, in recent times. In a sustained way, you can actually see the unraveling of caste contradictions. And that, to me, is also a terribly important issue historically, because it's taken a long while to come, but it has now come, and it's coming from areas where you may not have expected it. I mean, I think that it's coming from Tamil cinema is quite extraordinary and sustained. So whether it's Asuran or what was it? Oru Gramathal Katha. The story of a village. That was an early one that came. So there's been quite a series, and they are quite interesting from the point of view of the shift that you can do. It's not the Sairat, honor killing, that kind of dimension to caste, but other structural contradictions. So it seems to me that that's an arena for looking at history also.
But these are historicals. Just to keep this frame in mind, because that is some of the conceptual frame which we are operating here in the terms of the seminar. Yeah. I mean, archive is important, as I said. But what exactly is being done through cinema as history? That's the thing. And maybe I'd be fascinated to know more about that in the Tamil context. Ravikant, want to say something?
If there is nobody else, I want to say something about history as discipline itself. And this is from my own experience of going to Department of History. When I went there to do my MPhil on literature, right? There were a lot of skeptics, professors. They said, "How can you do, history through literature?" Several years, a couple of decades after that, I went to do, history through cinema, and some professors still were skeptical and told me, "How can you do? Go to some other department." So I want to ask, Professor Anirudh Deshpande, please tell me, when was the first PhD in history done in DU, which did, use cinema as source, and why? Why did it take so much time for history to wake up to to cinema as a source of history or whatever kind of engagement, even if it is stereotypical, even if it is elitist, even if it is whatever, crass, But why? Why did it take? So let's also, before trashing cinema, let's also look at what we have done to the discipline itself and to the business of seeking truth. There is no script for Indus Valley civilization, but that has not stopped us from writing tomes and tomes on Indus Valley civilization. I'm deliberately saying this very provocatively, right? So what relationship with truth do we have when we excavate a new city and revise our own old history and rewrite that same history? So I'm thinking this is a very dynamic relationship that everybody has, every discourse has with truth. And it is, I mean, there are different kinds of histories being written, and let's not only harp on the bad examples of films. Let's also look at what else I was giving the example of, Akshay Kumar's great book, this new provincializing Bollywood on Bhojpuri cinema. We are yet to waiting for the thesis from history department on Bhojpuri cinema. We will wait, keep waiting. So that's a problem with the history department also. We need to understand why are we so stiff is something that we need to, examine. Radha and Vibhuti did a conference recently on Punjabi sounds. Okay. The question that, several new things we discovered. And the thing that I was trying to address there was what is this Punjabiyat in cinema, in Hindi cinema? And it's so interesting. If you just, sit and make a list of Punjabis who have been part of Hindi cinema, it's astonishing, huge contribution. That's why then you look back and say, okay, Bhojpuri is there. Lots of servants speak Bhojpuri in Hindi cinema, but there's so much Punjabi. That's actually the third language. Apart from Hindi, Urdu, Hindustani, etc., Punjabi is the third language in Hindi cinema. So there's something to look at and write about. And
may I respond a little? I mean, because you've attacked my department, and you have,
No, your department is my department also.
I know you are. I know you've done your PhD in art. Finally, you managed to do a PhD in art department.
Yes, thank you very much for that.
No. I mean, I salute your courage and your perseverance in continuing to be part of the department. Anybody lesser than you would have left and gone somewhere else. But in my own defense, first of all, I would like to dissociate myself from those colleagues who probably told you to go somewhere else, because possibly at that time I was not in the department, number one. I have at least 2 students who have completed their PhDs under my supervision on cinema. Manoj Sharma did a PhD on neorealism. The influence of Italian neorealism on Hindi cinema of the 1940s and 50s, which of course it took him a long time to do that. The supervisors had to be changed. I had to be brought in, and finally, he managed to submit and got the thesis cleared. There was another thesis which was not as good as this one, but which was done under my supervision some years ago, and the viva of that person was done last year. It's a thesis on the history of Manipuri cinema. Very few people know that there is something called Manipuri cinema in India. So he did it, and we got it cleared and so on. So 2 people have already done, and 1 person is now registering. He has registered, and he might pursue. He wants to do a PhD on film music. So as a historian who is not a cinema specialist, but who fills in as somebody who can get students to work on cinema, I'm trying to do my best. There's another thing which I'd like to, I've mentioned these things in my latest book, The Practice of History in India, Essays in Search of a New Past, which was published by Akar Books last year. And one of the points which I have raised in that book is about the hidebound nature of historical research in most of the Indian history departments. A few years ago, there was talk about doing a seminar program, including the seminar program in our semester system. And I said I would like to offer a seminar paper on cinema in the history department. But at the end of the day, this could not happen, number one, because we have too many students who would like to do that. And seminar, especially a seminar paper, has to have a certain limited number of students so that we can have a constructive discussion on the issues when we meet twice a week or whatever. But apart from that, they said you must have an examination at the end of the seminar. So I said, look, we cannot have an examination at the end of a seminar, because the seminar program means that you make the students read, write, and see constantly. So they would be looking at film theory, reading about films, watching films, and constantly writing drafts on what they would be watching. And it's pointless to ask them after 3 months of that kind of work to sit down for an examination and answer 4 questions out of 8 or 3 questions out of 6. So the whole program actually fell through and nothing came of it. So that's how things are.
Please, Professor Mondal.
Yeah, I just want to conclude by saying that yesterday there was discussion about the crisis today in cinema. I would say that this crisis has been here for quite some time. And especially for people who are working with cinema, the idea of working only with narrative is something which we have to really consider. Personally, for the last 10 years, I feel that beyond narrative, we should be looking at the ideas of documentary, we should be looking at the avant-garde as ways and means of actually looking at cinema. And more than that, I felt also that unless we have an audience, unlike students of cinema, I think that's the general public, develop this idea of a language which we are talking about. In cinema, I really believe that this language is as good as the language we are speaking today, that we are talking in terms of shots, and we are talking in terms of camera, and we are talking in terms of editing, that they are able to see those concepts much better. And through the history of cinema, this is something that I'm attempting, like from the beginning, how the idea of cinema began with a single shot, how in fact the first person who made a fictional film was a woman, and the idea that subsequently in 1912, India was at par with the world in terms of making feature films, whereas D.W. Griffith had begun there. We had Phalke here. Of course, before Phalke, there's the controversy of Tournai also having made the first film. So the idea of using history and using this language and vocabulary which has been used by film students, I felt that it's something which should be passed on at a school level also, let alone at the college level, or as Mr. Ravi Khan said, to get a PhD only in cinema. I think we should try and introduce this at an earlier level so that you have, unlike the arts, which from the time a student is in the 8th standard, the arts is suddenly cancelled from their syllabus so that they finish the last few years of school without any art form at all. So cinema as another art form, and also because it encompasses all the other arts, is something which should be validated at a much earlier age. And probably the influence of cinema, which we are seeing even among young people, will then take a different turn. And that in turn will affect the way that people look at films and how people make films. So making of films will be totally influenced, I think, like it was historically. It was only when the women started coming into cinema right in the beginning that actually the idea of an industry was formed in Hollywood. The same thing, I think, applies here, that where you have the idea of language being understood, and much more than just with, say, I think I'm not saying denying that media studies should be there. I think media studies is hugely important, but more important for people like me who are looking at cinema having got a vocabulary going. And for the man who goes to a cinema hall every day, for example, Professor Anu ma'am, who just spoke and talked about her childhood and how she looked at cinema. Maybe when she was a little older, it would have been very interesting for her to really know the role that this vocabulary played. Also the fact that I'm sure it would be reassuring for her to know that women have always been part of cinema, especially fictional film, from 1895 onwards, 1896, sorry.
I'm absolutely sure this new generation is going to be making lots of movies. I think it's important to cultivate a film culture still, because we know that with cell phones and digital technology, it may be better, easier to put something together. But nevertheless, there's a skill, there's a technique, there's a kind of imagination which nevertheless needs to be cultivated. So we've had our Jafar Panahi, because of political circumstances, having to use a cell phone to make a movie, one of the Iranian greats. And you had recently films like See You Soon, which has got Fahid Fazil. So you're going to have a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think you're absolutely right, Professor Mandal, that the film culture needs to be replenished and cultivated, and because that's very important to have an imaginary which is governed by a longer history, the knowledge about the techniques and traditions. And I'm sure that should, in some fashion, if it can be, given our situation in educational systems in this country now, I don't know, but it should be viable, more easy to actually put this together. Uma, you have got anything to say?
No. I'm delighted at the fact that we are moving away from the big mega things and going into all kinds of other technology. Because it seems to me that's where the explosion is, and everybody's engaging in it. Even the fact that you make these little, look at it historically. Look at the Manorama incident, that is which didn't capture the imagination of the public, but when the mothers stripped and stood in front of the Bakla fort, and those images were flashed. Then you got the whole of India sitting up and saying, okay, ye kya ho raha hai hamare desh mein? And finally you get somebody responding to it. So I think that, and I remember that those clips were shown in Delhi University by Manipuri students, and the impact that it had, at the end of the day. So and the critique of the AFSPA and so on that comes as a consequence. So there is actually, to my mind, in fact, these discussions should really expand to the other forms. Documentaries are so important as documents of marking history at the moment. And I don't see any serious engagement with that. If you look at, take a man like Anand Patwardhan's graph, beginning from where he did and where he finally goes. I'm surprised that there's no PhD thesis on Anand Patwardhan's films. So actually, both from the point of view who's studying cinema and who's studying forms, and even me, for instance, when I decided to make films, it's the archive that moved me. It's the archive of this woman, unknown woman in a trunk, and leaving her fragments of paper in a trunk, that suddenly made me feel that, hey, there's a film over here, not just a book. And that's what led me to make my first film. I had to actually argue with the Ministry of External Affairs for a bit of money, because they said, what use is this when we have to display it in our embassies abroad? And I jumped on them with fury, and I said, do you think the national movement was made by only the Gandhis and the Nehrus? It's the ordinary people who made the national movement. And so this unknown woman, Subbalakshmi, who stands and makes salt all by herself because she can't be in the movement anymore, is to me as much the subject of history and as much the recovery of history that you can do, and do it in cinematic form, because the visuals of that paper in front of me was actually the one that gave me the charge of, here's a film. It's the receipt of the first edition of Red Star over China, a tattered receipt lying in this trunk, that transformed the notion of an archive even for me, and led me to make the film that I did. So I think there's the forms are exploding, and the medium by which you can do it is exploding also. So it's really, to my mind, exciting from that point of view also.
I think you're quite right about Uma, and Ira will testify to this, the lack of actual kind of PhD level research. I think Pallavi Paul is one who has come out from the arts and aesthetics. It's a very good thesis. But otherwise, I would agree. And I'm sure Ira would be a better kind of.
We have actually a lot of Northeastern students who are working on the Northeast, and a lot of their work is on the documentary. Quite interesting, yeah. They're MPhil dissertations, mostly not PhD, mostly MPhil dissertations. And also we have, I have a student currently, an MPhil student who wants to go on to do her PhD, who's working on Palestine and on Palestinian cinema, and her chapters are all about the documentary. I mean, they're a stray film, because actually in her work, and as some of us who have done some reading on this know, that Palestinian cinema is dominated by the documentary because of what Uma is saying, that this urgent need to record and the urgent need to document that moment, and the atrocities of that moment. So chapter 1, wonderful chapter, has just one feature film, the rest all documentary. So, conversations about what is the relationship between the fiction film and the documentary? How do you, set up a dialogue between those kinds of conversations, also I've been having with her. But I think you're absolutely right. I mean, Pallavi's work is very important. Both her MPhil and her PhD dissertations were on the documentary, and there are others. There was actually, Uma, there was somebody who was working on a thesis, MPhil thesis on Anand Patwardhan, but who left for personal reasons. So we don't actually have a dissertation on Anand Patwardhan, but we have someone currently who is interested, and he's going to be working on the PSBT films, and so there is, I mean,
which is actually very interesting, because there is this combination of funding and also the constraints. I mean, PSBT funded all my earlier films, but they would not fund the film that I showed you a clip of the other day, because it was like too much for them. It was too political, too whatever it is. So I never got any funding for it. So actually, it's very interesting that these strategies of documentary supporters who actually marshaled government resources in order to create PSBT, and gave you the opportunity of actually making documentaries, and then its own limitations and stuff like that. So there's a great story over there, there's a great political historical story over there.
We also have someone who's done a MPhil again dissertation on FD, on film division. On some of the films.
Ritika, right.
Yeah.
Just
Ravi, yeah.
Just one line. At CHS, somebody did a PhD recently. It's a very good documentation of FFC and NFDC. Moinak and I examined the thesis. Sudha Tiwari is the name of the person.
So Ravikant, is that a first? Is that a first for CHS also?
Somebody from CHS should be able to tell me, sir.
रविकांत तो गड़ा मुर्दा निकाल रहा है, वो हिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट के ऐसी धुनाई कर रहा है. हिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट ने कौन सी चीज को प्रमोट किया और किसको प्रमोट किया, ये भी एक कहानी है यार, उसको छोड़ो अभी.
Long story.
Epic. It's a huge epic.
वहाँ भी मेरी कहानी है, मैं उसमें नहीं जाऊंगा. Sorry.
Professor Bandal, yes?
Yes, there is another type of documentary which I myself are personally involved, being an editor. It's called the compilation film. The whole idea of a compilation film was started by a woman again in the Soviet Union called Esther Shub.
Yeah.
Esther Shub is actually known to be the person who taught Eisenstein editing, but she was basically an archivist, and she was forced to take the films of Chaplin and re-edit them in such a way that they, not only Chaplin, but a lot of the Hollywood films which they show, including Intolerance and or Birth of a Nation, and it was shown to the Russian public in such a manner. But in the process, she developed this art of taking clips and putting it together. So she ended up with creating a film on the first Soviet anniversary, and it was not looked at as a film even by the Soviet Union. They just rejected that film. It was a compilation of the film of the Tsar. It was called The Fall of the
Russian Empire.
Romanov dynasty. And it began with home videos with the Tsar had got with the camera, and ended up with a lot of historical films from the Russian news research laboratory, which he was in charge of. So
Sir, I like your slip just now. You said home video.
It was home video. It was
not a
home
video. No, it's home movie.
Well, yeah, okay. So, so there she was, and she inspired me to, in fact, look at editing as a concept.
Yeah.
And I have recently done a series of compilation films on the works that I've done. Sarfarosh, for example, as I just mentioned. I've actually taken clips of that film and added a voiceover to it to present very much like a video essay, which is also something which is very much part of what people should be looking at as an alternative to making documentaries. The problem with the documentaries which we see being made from Hollywood and which are also now being recognized in Oscar as Oscar award possibilities are they are all bordering on fiction. So there is this whole idea of docufiction which is taking over the documentary itself, which takes away from a lot of the realism of the situation. And like Professor Chakravarti was saying, that the ideas of situations which are actually factual and realistic and being presented like that will change. Now, fortunately, in a way that beyond Films Division, we don't seem to have much funding in India. And Film Division anyway is probably not doing too much of this type of funding. So that's where we stand. So documentary, I think, has a lot of pitfalls also ahead of it if it manages to reach the level that feature films does.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I would be lovely to see some of this work which you're compiling, the video essays. And if we had the opportunity, please do. Maybe we'd love to see them or view them or discuss them with you.
Sure.
I think I saw the organizer's hand go up. Sagar?
Yes, sir. So our Dean, Professor Kathleen Modrowski, is with us, and she would like to give a vote of thanks to everyone who's been part of this symposium. So, Professor Modrowski, can you please give? Yeah.
There. Okay. Can you hear me? I'm audible, I hope.
Yes, Kathleen, you are.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I feel like I'm breaking up a fascinating conversation here because it's very interesting what you're all discussing. I would, though, as according to my duties here, I'd like to thank everyone, including the organizers of this wonderful conference, Sagar Tiwari and Kaushali Bajpayee, as well as the wonderful IT team, the technicians, who were able to keep things going and putting things together. I just find the few sessions I was able to attend absolutely fascinating. And I'd like to thank everyone who was a participant. I think that some of the subjects, the topics that you're confronting really merit being put into some kind of a publication, because I feel that, you know, you're going into areas that are so important to preserving memory, looking at the present and directing the future. Some of the main themes that I have seen, and I'd like to thank everyone for really giving a lot of attention to them, are cinema, of course, as memory. You know, visual, oral. Also, I feel what's really important, and I've heard people talk about it right now, blurring the lines between imagination and reality, because those are lines that are very difficult and cannot be considered as something totally straightforward. Then cinema as a historical document, and in many of your sessions you talked about it as a barometer, to look at it, the point of view that's being established by some people and how this point of view can be neutralized by the proliferation of other films, other images, other language. Cinema is a tool of propaganda is something that we all know and are familiar with, and I think still needs to be explored more right now. And then cinema as art. Cinema as the art form. I don't know if you discussed it, but that's very important as well. And what's happening now, I think, with new forms of technology is the ability of people from various perspectives to weaponize cinema, to weaponize the image, to use it not just by an elite or those in power, but being able to use it. And you'd mentioned some of the situations talking about it from a broader perspective. Then there are cinema as history. And I would like to say that cinema as archiving cinema is so important. I just realized from my own experience that getting funding to build archives is something that's not easy. It's not glamorous, but it's something that's so important. I did my graduate studies in France, where really the Cinémathèque Française was just sort of a central point of anyone who was a thinker or a doer or involved in the, in visual language. And the figure of Henri Langlois, the founder of this Cinémathèque, what he had done to rejuvenate the whole idea of the validity of cinema is so important. I'm unaware, I'm sure the same thing is being done in India, and I really need to have greater education on this part. And finally, thank you so much for bringing up the topic of critical thinking around cinema and reading cinema. Having young people really understand how to study the image. But it's not just the image, it's the way the image is captured. What's being told, from which point of view, not to be taken it as the single face of the truth, because the truth is so mobile as well. But having really young people who, someone brought up the point that it should be taught along with other critical forms of thinking, reading cinema. I'm 100% for that, and I'm sure many of you would be too. So thank you all so much. We're extremely grateful. Thank you for the organizers. Thanks to everyone present and those who have spoken previously for really being part of this very important jumping off place where I think will help, create something very important in India that will help us think about cinema in very diverse ways and will be able to become part of a national treasure. Just as we talk about intangible cultural heritage, I believe that cinema is part of our intangible cultural heritage as well. So thank you all very much. Thank you for your time. And I look forward to seeing something either filmed or your archives keep growing with in registering of these sessions. And I'll be happy to see you doing this sort of conference again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kaushalya?
Yes. So, yeah, so I thank all the speakers, and yeah, I'm so glad that it came out so well. And so we should continue this as we had thought about, and we shall have the papers and bring out the seminar issue. So we'll take that forward from here. I think this is just the beginning, and we can have discussions. Because of the time on the Zoom session, we really had to cut short because the discussion was going on so we just had to cut short. That's a problem of the online way, I think. But I think we can carry on this further in some way, and we'll have our speakers. I thank you all. Thanks for being there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sagar. Thank you, Sagar. Thank you, Kaushalya.
Thank you, sir.